My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind-the-scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to hi.page/grappling hour. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Day 1 of PGF in the books. A lot of big surprises out there. The biggest surprise of all, the lowest guy in the fantasy, the least expensive guy in the fantasy, Landon Tourville, is the guy who scores the most points. He's the leader after day 1, a blue belt, the winner of the national qualifier. Literally nobody saw that coming except Landon Tourville. Congrats to him. Travis Thomas, another great, Maximus Johnny, all 3 of those guys. Luke Church, all those 4 people particularly had huge nights. So I'm super happy with the result. All the sponsors have been amazing, honestly. So much that's happening this week that just absolutely could not have happened without their help. And it's just been it's a blessing to be a part of this thing. I know it's my little project, but I feel lucky that they let me be involved,
He's jumping me. Man, this is the funnest freaking event. This is day 1. It was already a blast. We had 4 more days. I mean, it was incredible. Dude, high-level grappling. I mean, we were screaming on the side of the mat. We're gonna make this big. You're gonna take this road back.
Thank you, man.
You're never gonna break me. Go ahead, hate me. No, 'cause I came from a dark place, yeah. Not made from the heartache. You're never gonna make me try. Never gonna change me. No, 'cause I came from a dark place, yeah. Not made from the heartache. You're never gonna make me try. Never gonna change me. No, 'cause I came from a dark place, yeah. I'm made from the heartache.
Biggest
Go, buddy.
What is up, friends? Hello, new friends. I know some of you are watching me on my channel, and some of you are watching me on Brandon McCatherine's channel. My apologies if you were expecting to see his beautiful face, but you're going to deal with me. My name is Rafa Esparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour, and I am a great friend to the many people who put on the PGF. They were very kind, and they asked me to go ahead and host a fight companion for those of you guys who, they didn't want to say you were too cheap. They were using the phrase, help these folks. And I said, sure, I'll watch along. I'll describe what's happening to them, just like I would if I was doing play-by-play on the broadcast. They have two very good people. It is obviously Brandon McCatherine, TJ DeSantis, and of course, the ever-present and a very, very popular Egghead. I did say two. I forgot there was three. So that wasn't a diss. That wasn't a shade thing. So don't clip this and send it anybody's way. I legitimately forgot. Though to my credit, there were two headsets. So there's one microphone, two headsets. Brain doesn't go off. Anyway, so I'm glad you guys are here. We're going to be watching along the entire time. I believe I will keep you updated on all of the information and things that are going on as they're happening. I am making sure that my stream is going live. I will also be looking at many of the comments that you guys have in the comment section. So feel free to go ahead and get in touch with us, and I'll be answering as many as I can. And I saw a note that says, does it cost money to upgrade to Jedi? I'm not in charge of that. I do believe it does cost money to upgrade to Jedi. It says, I purchased the pay-per-view, but there's no sound right now. I'm watching through the Fight Companion app. My apologies. I don't know exactly why that is. So on the pay-per-view side, it's its own beast. I'm not in charge of that. I am here to walk you through action. So I am also looking at my end to make sure that my Fight Scout is working accordingly as well. And I had to do some trickery earlier. I had to actually make it so that when I was on my Fight Companion, at least for this, when I was pressing it, it was actually making noises that I can't have on the broadcast. So I was doing my best to not just freely advertise it, though I think some of you would want that. I want to put it like this. This is not like Flow Grappling. This is not like UFC Fight Pass. This is a nice group of people who are putting together this stream. So if you can, please go support that. And if you want a friendly face who's going to walk you through the action, that should be me. Now, here's the main difference between us as a show and them as the main broadcast booth. They, to my knowledge, can't drink on the job. This guy can. So we'll walk you through some of the traditions and all of that sort of stuff as the broadcast is going on. So you guys can tell me if you are having issues on the pay-per-view side, and I'll do my best to kind of keep you abreast as to what's going on. But we have a few things that we'll talk about as we get ready for the main show. Of course, it has been an incredible week of action. The submissions were a high rate. I really appreciate about this rule set that they give extra bonus points if you get a submission within the first minute. I think that's usually a very dope thing to see. But I also appreciate the camaraderie and the slight trash talk. There's not like real trash talk here. It's all within good fun. It does seem like most people are enjoying themselves, so they don't take themselves that seriously. But there is a lot to talk about here. And it says, drinking in church is frowned upon. Yeah, no, that makes sense. They're in a church. I forgot about that. I'm not in a church. I'm very much in my home. So I can do whatever the F I want in the comfort of my home. So I'm making sure that I do not have any noise coming through. Hopefully that you guys are not hearing any of this on your side. But I have pressed on my side over here for this to go to full screen. And hopefully I will be able to see it as the good internet gods have provided. I see here, yes, it does. Drinking in church is frowned upon. Okay, great. So anyway, like I said, we're, I think, in the pre-roll right now, so they're just in the process of getting ready. But in the meantime, I actually thought it might be a fun thing to do. A couple quick things. We've equipped this show with a few gadgets and whatnot. So just in case you guys were wondering, there are a few things that we should go over. First and foremost, if you're wondering about the general schedule for today, this is generally what we are looking at here, okay? So we're still about that time. You're going to get 4:20, which is 2:20 our time over here in the West Coast. You get the playoffs round 1, 5 p.m. You get the quintet round 1, 6 p.m. Battle-Rama, which sounds like we might get it like robots. Sounds like battling robots are going to happen. 6:30 round 2, 7 p.m. women's round 1. And then, of course, you're going to see the quintet finals with the Battle-Rama at 8 p.m. Women's championship, 8:30. And the men's championship will close us out at 9 p.m. So that is a general idea of what we are looking at for today. And I did see a note here that said we are live. And I am seeing them start to go up. So on my preview monitor here, I am getting a little bit of some footage that shows they are getting ready to be fully live. But I do have a moment, so you guys may or may not be ahead of me or behind me. So I will do my best to come back that way. So you've seen that graphic enough. Let's cut back on over to me. All right. As we are looking through this, if you guys also have questions, comments, I see TJ DeSantis on my preview screen up here, which means he is all set and ready to go. And he is in a suit. And you know what? I was actually thinking about getting in a suit here today, but then I realized I'd have to go get it dry cleaned. And you know what I mean? It's just, I'm not doing all that. So TJ looking very nice in his suit. I think that means we're going to see Brandon McCatherine in a suit, but does that mean we see Egghead in a suit? Because I don't quite know how this goes for y'all. I should also mention this. I am like the antithesis of an egghead. Whereas Egghead knows all, I know alarmingly little. So they thought it would be fun to bring the person who knows the least amount, but who's not a bad broadcaster, to come onto this show. And I've done my best to keep up with all of this week's action. However, it has been a lot of grappling. And I don't know that you guys have been in the same boat I have been, which has been, oh my God, I missed day one. When you miss day one, you're all the way behind. So you end up having to get adjusted very quickly and come back through. So while we're here, let's go ahead and do this. I want to remind you guys, if you are so kind for such a thing, I would always love it if you guys do the sweetness of giving us a like, a share, and a subscribe on this show. Now, granted, you could be watching in 2 different places here, but let's tell people that this broadcast is going on. And in the comment section right now, there's a live chat. And I'm going to give you guys a prompt. Who do you think is going to take it So, Kai Johnson, thank you so much for being in the chat with all the pay-per-view information. You are very, very helpful. I'm going to do my best to try and pull that up. For whatever reason, I cannot necessarily pull comments up, but I can verbalize them, and I will do that as much as possible. So thank you very much for that, Kai. I guess what I'm saying, kit recipe. This is so dumb. Just so you guys can see the kind of bullshit. When I'm looking through to see what is happening on this broadcast, and I'm looking to make sure that everything looks like it's in order, there's definitely a moment where I look at this screen and I think to myself, okay, hopefully this is streamed well, it's broadcasting well, everything's looking good. And then when I actually do the trust device, I want you to see right here, there is a get recipe from Hillshire Farm that is trying to trick me. I thought at first that was the subscription button, but instead it's telling me to get some recipes for whatever BS Hillshire. I'm not interested today. We have much more pressing issues to go through. But yes, that should show you I am looking at your comments, and if necessary, I can pull them up. And as we are noting here, we are getting some Jedis coming in, because if I'm able to pull up this broadcast, it means I can go right back to this screen at any given time and start talking about what you guys are talking about in the chat section. So let's give some acknowledgments. Andrea, congratulations. Alberon, welcome to Bread Eater. Wait, are these really the broadcast things that we have? Bread Eater, Jedi. Like what else did they not tell me that you guys get on here? And what other subscription tiers are there? I got 2. Early access and premium. That's mine. Y'all got Jedis. Probably got Wookiees. Got some robots, stormtroopers. What else do you guys have in this? So yes, Kai Johnson is in the chat. They are making sure that you guys are aware as to what's going on. You can see that information happening in that general region in the center. So just so you can say, and they actually just put a link to the Fight Scout app, which, in case you guys were wondering, yes, the Fight Scout app will help us to kind of get an idea of, oh, hey, this is how you watch the broadcast. If you're watching with me on this main, whatever we're calling this show, again, I will be talking you through it. But, oh, here we go. Kai Johnson just told me straight up. This is actually very helpful. I should point this out. Let's bring this on screen. So the 3 different levels we have here are Bread Eaters, Homie, and Jedi. So you have Bread Eaters, Homies, and Jedis, just so you guys are aware, because I was not beforehand. I think by the end of this show, I will be able to create a new subscription tier. I'm just going to keep coming up with fake subscription tiers as we're going along. So we have Bread Eaters, Homie, and Jedis. We're going to come up with a new tier system called Essays, Cholos, La Familia. It's all going to be Hispanic stuff because they can't do that. I can. All right, let's go back to this. It looks like they are transitioning and throwing back on over. Oh my God, I think that's Egghead. He is in a suit. Good on him. Unfortunately, my stream is kind of stalling out for a split second, but here's the good news, what you guys should be aware of. I don't come with just one thing. Up above my camera, I actually have my version of the show. So if you guys have a version that is not stalling out momentarily, Vatos, oh my God, that was the most genius one of all. Amigo, yeah, you guys are, Jesus Christ, you're so much smarter than me. Tricycle Mishap, that was a really good one. I have to give it to you. Anyway, while we're watching this, I will tell you guys, yes, we are in the process of finding out if there's going to be, I believe a huge announcement is coming up next. And I'm going to ask without the audio. So in order to try and be nice, we could do Amigo. Amigo is very smart. Yeah, let's get Amigo in there. What I like about this as well is you can also see that in addition to my ability to pull on comments, I am also able to pull on like little scenery kind of things or scenic aspects. So we can pull on things onto the broadcast that let you guys know exactly what we're getting into here. Now, Raph, what do you mean by that? Well, I want you guys to see this. Look at this right over here. Right now, if you look at this, this is the scene over at the PGF home. So you can see that right over there. Those are the 2 championship belts. It does look beautiful. You know, it's very much akin to how I got to see what was going on over at our good friends, the Ultimate Mat Warriors. Like, it has that same homely feel. It's in a church recreation center. I've had the pleasure of covering that one multiple times. But what makes this unique is their ability to cover it on multiple days. The fact that they've been doing multiple days of action, it has been very impressive. So my thanks and appreciation. And it does look like things are happening. Big things are happening here. I believe the announcement here, folks, in case you were not able to hear it and you were listening to my dumb mouth, is it does look like the show is going on over to Vegas, which is great news to me because that's closer to me. I'm going to Vegas next weekend. So hell yeah, that is amazing to hear. It says, I didn't mute you for the mainstream, but I got you guys in chat. Beautiful. The pay-per-view app is not working. Reed Welch, we are passing that along. I want to make sure that we were on a similar page on that. I did have a similar problem. So let's give the guys a few minutes to try and troubleshoot that because I am sure something is happening live, which is making it difficult to do. So I'm going to make sure on my end that I am doing all that I can. I'm going to go out of my stream, go right back into it. My apologies to everybody if you were watching this and you were expecting to see the event. I myself was waiting to watch, and I'm getting just a slight delay over here. So we're going to give them a few minutes to kind of figure out their shiz. But in the meantime, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, hints, or allegations, feel free to shoot them my way, as I am happy to walk you through any kind of insight or knowledge I may have, as limited as it may be. And of course, I think I was trying to ask this earlier before I got sidetracked by my own dumb thoughts, which was, who do you guys think is going to take home today's PGF title? Now, there are several things going on, so there really is no error in terms of how you could answer this question. So we'll start with this. For the men's 8-man bracket, which I believe are the highest scoring folks in regulation, they are going to be competing today. It's an 8-man bracket. We can take a look at that right now, just so that you guys can actually see this. But yes, you'll see that the jabroni himself, Elijah Carlton, and Sam Schwarzenapple, that's as best as it's going to get. You could also see Nick Creighton, Fedor Nikolov, who's been a monster, Travis Thomas, Landon Torville, Kamoy Anderson, and Maximus Joy, all of whom have had some incredible performances over the weekend. Or over the week. I have seen incredible work from all 8 of those gentlemen. I have to say, the betting money seems to be in Elijah's realm, right? Like, he does seem like the favorite in terms of getting this kind of work here. I'm seeing here, I'll get you the YouTube they can watch on here if they are a memer. So it does look like YouTube is probably the easier version of trying to watch this, just so that you guys are aware. Yeah, the Fight Scout app is not streaming. I think we're in a similar aspect right here. And right now, I think the best way to go ahead and fix this issue is if you guys actually go to watch through the YouTube itself. And I know that Kai has been mentioning in the chat section a few different times on the different ways that you can do that. I believe in order to view this, you would need to become a Jedi member. So if you're becoming a Jedi member, then you'll be able to watch what is going on. To my knowledge right now, and this is just the best information I'm getting at this moment, it does appear that the Fight Scouts app is having some issues. And I'm having those same issues myself. So I am trying to figure that out myself. So just here, oh, no. I know you're not complaining. No. You guys are an actual wonderful folks in this chat section. This is far nicer than most. You should see my regular audience. It's far meaner than this. So I appreciate you guys for working around this. I just want to remind you guys, we will be working around some of these issues right now. So I am actually going to add on my version. I'm going to go over myself and become a member. Now, don't tell BMAC this, okay? I'm not a member. technically I should be a member because I do still pay him $5. This has been in perpetuity, and I don't know why I pay him $5. $5 a month, it goes out somewhere. I should already be like a Jedi or something. I don't know how this works. I don't know what it gets me. I legitimately have forgotten what I have paid for. And I think once in passing, I was like, yo, BMAC, I don't think I have that. Can you take me off that? He's like, yeah, sure. I'm not complaining. I love BMAC. He's my buddy. But he owes me like 20 different sock lock invitationals now. Subscription added. Okay. Oh, I didn't even subscribe to him before. I see what this is. Oh, shit, I got a paid Jedi. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, I pay him a lot more than $5 a month. He's getting nothing else. That's fair. That is completely fair. I just love that in the past I have told him like, hey fam, oh, hold up. I have it on the app now. So the app is starting to work for me. And yes, we are with 1:50 left to go. So just in case you guys are wondering, it does look like we are up. And yes, there is some recaps. It does look like this is, oh yeah, this is action from this week. Okay. For a split second, I was a little concerned, but it does look like they are doing a recap of what is transgressed throughout the week. So thank you guys for giving them a minute. I don't know whose end that is on, but I am glad that we are getting to the bottom of it because I was starting to get nervous here. But that is wonderful information to have now. So give me a second to get my main preview screen fixated. But as I'm doing that, I was asking you guys originally, who do you think is going to win? And if you would be so kind in the comment sections, sound off, tell me who you think is going to win. I was saying how I think Elijah is kind of the favorite, but we have seen some wilder things happen in our time in jiu-jitsu, not just in the PGF, but in jiu-jitsu in general. So I would say if you're a betting person, you're probably betting him, but let's do it this way. You can tell me if you do think it's him, awesome. If not him, who else? There you go. I think that's a good way to approach this. So that way we get to hear other people, because I mean, there are a lot of good folks in this. And we actually have built in some safeguards here for some other stuff. And I'll go over exactly what I mean about that in a moment as I pull this up. And just so you know, I had all this set to go. So this is not a Rafa Esparza thing. Rafa Esparza, he was on his shit. Boom. Watching matches. Looking at the Fight Scout app. I think this is a minute behind on the app version. So I see the gentlemen, they are now seated. It does look like we are back up and operational. Beautiful to see them. Wonderful. I assume that festivities will be getting started in just a few minutes. So thank you guys again for your patience on all of this. I very much appreciate you guys, and I will be keeping up to date with your comments and concerns in the chat here. Okay. Share the link on everyone's socials. The app isn't working. You're hoping that Travis brings it home. Travis, that okay. I see you. I see what you're saying. So we were talking a little bit about what I was doing that's a little bit different than what they're doing on the broadcast. So I'll give you a few examples. So number one, whenever you do this, nobody is beating Elijah Carlton, but the EBI format may beat him. Why do you say that, Reed? Because, again, he has been such a huge favorite throughout this process. It is difficult to kind of overlook that. So it's our hope that we see big things from everybody in this tournament. But, you know, day one, it looked like Elijah was not at the top of the food chain, which is unusual. It's not like he had terrible performances, but he had people who were drawing him out. The next couple days, though, things very quickly changed. And he found himself right back at the food chain's top. So it'll be interesting to see how, as you mentioned, that EBI format may switch things around or change things. But I just wanted to bring this up. So Randy Left Handy, which I didn't realize the first time I read it out loud, the beautiful rhyme scheminess of your name, and beautiful that it may be. We've done a few things here on the show, which is we've actually gone through the different folks. And while the main broadcast can't do this, we can. What do I mean by that? Well, let's see here. If I were to press this button right now, it would tell you guys that yes, you could go ahead and look at the many different dudes who are in on this broadcast. So for example, when I press that, and yes, you do see different people popping up in and out. Let's say we go on over to this photo insert over here. Let's say we're looking at this. And we're going to go ahead and call up Travis, your friend, looking like he is about to attack you outside of a gas station, asking if you can give him one of your Snickers or $20. Nothing else. Just one of those two things. I have to say, though, I think the haircut and the looking like he's about to have a diss record for Eminem make him stand out amongst everybody else that I have seen here on the show thus far in. But definitely the look. So, and I think this is a very curious owl that he has. I'll have to ask him about it. But it looks like owl with ammunition. Like the wingspans look like bullets. But I could be wrong. Anyway, just so that you guys know, yes, we are at our first match right now. So just to remind you guys, in case you have forgotten, we are going to the very top, and we are starting with Elijah and Sam. Elijah and Sam is where we are starting right now. So the first match is going on for you guys, and I thank you guys for joining along with me. Again, my name is Rafa Sparza. I am happy that you guys are watching along with me. If you enjoy this, and let's say you're watching on Brandon McCatherine's channel, you can always do me a solid. You can go subscribe and like my page, which is at Grappling Hour. That would mean a lot. We start with our very first match. The two gentlemen embrace, and it does look like Elijah's blondish hair is very much sticking out as he goes to pull guard, and immediately Sam monkeys away from him. Like that is a gorilla pass backwards. Meanwhile, Elijah moving very, very quickly forward. Sam tries for a pass. He may have just found himself in a bad predicament here because going inside of Elijah's guard, he is able to make things happen very, very quickly. Now, he's opting to start passing off of the knees. Elijah tried to get a grip around the neck. Elijah then inverts, finds himself right back center. These two gentlemen have already started with action within the first 30 seconds. And I have to say, Sam kind of looks like the US version of the Raspberry Ape. Like he looks like our version of Daniel Strauss. And I don't know that he's got the facial hair with the white necessarily in it. If you ever are looking at one Daniel Strauss, you do think to yourself, like, has that dude, did he just leave like some powdered sugar on his face there somewhere? But yes, we want to thank all the people who are helping them out. But in case you were wondering, yes, nobody's beating Elijah Carlson. He is definitely, I think they were referring to him as the Hoist Gracie of the PGF, which I don't know how I feel about that moniker, but it is definitely something that was said. All right, Sam trying to push down on that leg. Elijah kind of letting him pass. And he does shoot up this triangle. It's looking pretty good. He has the arm, and he does get the tap at the 8-minute, 30-second region. It's tough for a split second there. Sam looked like he was kind of initially holding his lower back, and then, of course, the attack on the arm. No bueno, no fun on that side. But I will say this, the visual quality looks amazing. Like the actual way the lights have turned out for today looks very nice for the stage. So let's go this way. I saw a note here that said, "Let's go Landon," and that is from Big Winner Billy. Well, since you brought up Landon, why don't we go ahead and see what he looks like? And let's see what we can say about him in just a second here. So we already did the joke on Travis. Let's go ahead and look over at Landon. Of course, Landon right here looks like he is about to play for a soccer team. Midway through his photo op for the Los Angeles Soccers. I don't know which ones they are. I actually forgot here for just a second. So all brown people, please excuse me. Chivas, is that what we're going to call them? Yeah, let's just call them Chivas. So definitely looks like he is just been informed he had this photo shoot on the day of he had to take this. I do love this though. The pose itself, the actual body language from Landon seems to suggest he's going to come out with the world's best alternative band song in the mid-90s. Like, I can't tell if he's a member of maybe Creed or Bush. I think he was a bassist in Bush, just by that look. So props to him. And it says, no, probably looks happier on his driver's license. So yes, Randy, it does say, so 10 minutes rounds with EBI overtime. Yes, that does look like that is the format over here today. And you guys are going to have to help me out on the voice side for the promos that they're cutting, because I actually don't have that in the inner ear today. So if you guys would be so kind to let me know what Elijah is saying, that way I can kind of keep you guys abreast. Yes, Kai Johnson is very nicely mentioning that your very first winner, of course, Elijah Carlton, the jabroni himself, getting a very, very big win right up top. So congratulations are in order to him. And Jesus Christ, look at this pose. I believe this is the Minnesota Maniac himself. So just so that we can remind you guys where we are in the broadcast, we are now going to our second match, and that is Nick Creighton versus Fedor Nikolov. And let's go over to see what Nicholas, or Nicholas, you know, if they were to have a nice name, like a J-Lo and Ben Affleck name, that would have been the way to go. All right, we've already done him. Let's go to our next one. Let's actually, you know what? Let's do the Minnesota guy. I'll go ahead and pull this one up for you guys. All right. Of course, Nick Creighton, or Creighton, whatever you want to call him, seen here looking like he was just asked to appear that, yes, he does do stripper appearances for bachelorette parties. And yes, he will bring the belt, whether you want it or not. Where do you think you got those dollars from? So, my man, like, this looks like the version where he thought the gym was going to do like a sexy dudes calendar for the year, and they're like, hey, I got my belt. You guys, we're not doing it this year? Damn. Can I put my shirt back on? No? All right. That's fine. I'll objectify myself. Thank you. So that's what he looks like over here. Congrats over to Nick for making it this far. He's had a very interesting and fun showing out here thus far. And he is going up against Nikolov, who also based out here in Los Angeles. There's a short little stream buffer, so give it a second to work. I see here with something that says, let's go Landon, which I usually hear a different version of that with a B. Hey Kai, should I be able to watch it if I am a homie? That is a great question. I will let Kai answer that one in the chat section. So my thanks to you guys for sticking around and watching along with us. My name is Rafa Sparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour, and it does look like my stream is just ever so slightly frozen. So we may have a moment where I may need to reset it. I'm going to look to see if maybe on my other broadcast over here that I'm able to pull it up. And yes, I think I do have some footage over on this side. It is at the 8:04 mark, in case you're watching along, and it does look like Nikolov is working to pass Nick's guard, working from inside. They're going to go back on over to the center here momentarily, and as they do, I will see if I can recall this back on up on my preview. I see a note here that says, I'm good on your side. Thank you, Isaac. I appreciate that. The many good gentlemen who are putting this together here have been doing an excellent job. Just all the details that you can think about. These guys have been killing it and crushing it. And I have loved hearing all about their week. And I'm going to, I'm sure, see them sooner than later so that they can tell me all about this week's insane work that they have put together. There's been over, what I would say, 16 hours of grappling entertainment for you guys, well over 16. And by the end of the night, there's going to be over 20 hours of grappling footage. And over here, Nick working to pass on Nikolov's guard. He looks like he's trying to slide out the other side. I think Nikolov may be kind of letting him here to maybe get a knee shield, but he has a whizzer over on that arm. So that overhook here may allow him to kind of start moving up ever so slowly. So the two of these gentlemen fighting for position in this particular moment. And for a split second, it looked like there was going to be a nice sweep, but instead they kind of get to the point where, yes, they have reverse positions here. So just in case you guys are watching along, 6:28 on my side. So just in case you guys were wondering what time element we are on, both of the gentlemen still within regulation on these 10-minute rounds. And of course, this is such a showcase and wonderful opportunity for most of these gentlemen. You figure that they put in so much work. I wonder how their bodies feel. And this is the thing I've gone back and forth on in terms of trying to figure it out, because if you think about it, ooh, nice inversion over here by Nick. Nick was ever so slightly looking to see if he can kind of surprise Nikolov, who I don't believe has smiled since the 1980s. That's if he was born in that time. We don't know that for sure. Undetermined. Nick grasping at a grip on that leg. He has to let it go. Now both of these gentlemen kind of going back on over to the center. This kind of may be the element of the game. Nice little inversion approach here, but Nick's going to be stalled out for a split second. He's grabbing the legs to maybe see if he can get the isolation on Nikolai's left leg. Nikolov, for a split second, was thinking about maybe attacking the upper body, especially the head. Doesn't quite get anything there, but he may slide by, but not enough to pass the guard. Both of these gentlemen return back to their center. So that may actually be part of the name of the game of this this first match between these gentlemen. So let me see here, bro. Why can't I watch the matches? I just joined. WTF. Andrew, I think if you just joined and became a bread eater, so I think, Andrew, you actually have to become a Jedi in order to watch this stream. So I know in the chat, everybody is giving directions. Kai Johnson has been wonderfully helpful. And if you have questions, I would generally shoot them that way. So, yep, Kai's already on it. Even as I was saying it, she's already on it for you. 4:30 left to go here. And Nick looking, he does have a decent entry here, but Nikolov not really giving it its due respect. There could have been a knee bar there, but instead maybe looking for a cloverleaf situation. The legs are triangled. This is looking better for Nick. However, Nikolov isn't necessarily moving or fearing it. I can't figure out which is which. Nick is slowly losing the grip, and he's trying to hold on to it very, very desperately here. I think he wants to get this done as soon as possible, especially when you consider what the stakes are for this opportunity, this wonderful opportunity for these gentlemen. Now he has a grip on the leg. Nikolov kind of exploring what he may have on his side. The legs are tangled here. It may not be enough. I think Nick is going to start trying to pummel underneath to kind of get a little bit more of a Craig Jones-esque finish here, but I don't know that there's enough strain on that in order to get that. Tiago Perrizzi says, Mr. Esparza, good to see you. Oh, it's good to see you too. Thank you so much for joining in. And it says, Nick Creighton takes out Fedor in match number 2. That is correct. He just did right there. I have to say, I think that triangle on the legs made it so that Fedor really didn't feel comfortable in that moment. My stream just kicked in. There was a little bit of a buffer, so it had a moment. And I'm now actually getting caught up on how the finish happened. And he could have very easily have lost that. That was intense. But he found the heel hook in the transition. Congratulations on over to Nick, who feels a certain way about it. Good on him, man. How many of you guys have ever done one of those celebrations? Is it just not me that hasn't done this? Has everybody done one of those like very animalistic celebrations? Like, I think sometimes when I've won, I've also looked like I've lost, just in terms of my face, because I'm like, all right. That was okay, I guess. But everybody does their different thing. So, I want to say thank you guys for helping on out. Appreciate you guys in the comment section. Again, my name is Rafa Esparza. If you like me, I hope you do, and you want to support me, I would love it if you guys go ahead and check us on out on the Grappling Hour Instagram. You can check me out at Grappling Hour right over there. Follow, check the notifications. And I think the Minnesota Maniac came back with a water sponsor here. I want to point this out. I don't know if you guys were able to hear any part of that, but we were just playing some of the audio of the post interview with Nick right after that. And it did sound like, you know, when you get a kid who's in trouble and they did something wrong or bad, and then you explain to them, like, what'd you do? I don't even know. He was so fast. Everybody chill out. He competed very, very hard. So I would be way more out of breath than he is too. However, nothing funnier to me than hearing a dude sound much like a child would after they did something that is incredibly crazy. And you're just trying to get the story out of them. Like, who hit who? I don't know. I know that. I mean, I was there and I'm so cold. I think that's what he said. I'm not sure. You guys can prove me wrong. It says sound isn't working on Fight Scout. I don't know. Again, I'm like not in charge of Fight Scout. I can maybe pass it on to a couple people. And it says stream had no sound, so I had to reset it and it crashed again. Fight Scout sucks. Yeah, it's been a little tough on my side too. I'm not going to lie. I've been doing my best to kind of work around it. You know, if you ever see me pull away for a split second, it's because I am also resetting it on my side. So my apologies. I hate being rude if I can help it. At least in this respect, I'm sure I'm rude in other ways. I mean, you just saw me do a bunch of jokes on Nick, who won and was awesome. And, you know, it was just funny. That's all. Is the stream up? That's the question I just got thrown at me. Is Michael Jackson getting his leg locked in that corner? That's a great question. I'll tell you this much. First of all, greatest album of all time. Let's just be very clear. Best. But number two, how is the Eagles' greatest hits album, which by the way is cheating, how is the Eagles' greatest hits album sold more than this domestically? Not worldwide. That's still the number one album worldwide. But like, I just, half the time when I listen to an Eagles song, I'm like, I could be doing anything else. Like literally anything else. I think the stream just came back on for me. So yeah. So until that gets number one, it's going to stay right there. Or until I get bored. Literally, I'll probably forget I said this. And then like in 2 weeks, I'll take it down. But yeah, we just put that over this way. That's actually, I think, a good reason why. Now that I'm thinking about it, anytime anybody asks, I'm like, well, he's just sitting down for a leg lock. Michael Jackson is so not concerned about your leg attacks that he's literally sitting like that. And that's what I do to some of my students when they try to attack my legs and they have no idea what they're doing. Absolutely greatest album. Thank you. No one's tapping Michael. Thanks. The Eagles are still touring, though. I know. And, you know, it's kind of weird because I think with the Eagles, I don't dislike them as humans. So let's get that out of the way. Like Glenn Frey has one of the most banger songs of all time with You Belong to the City. And that dude passed, and it makes me very sad. And when you see those things and you go, man, I think I would have feelings if somebody did the show without me being alive. Like, the Grappling Hour without Rafa Esparza would be like a very bad venture. Would I be mad? I'd be dead, so it'd be hard to tell. I guess as long as you pay my loved ones. Like, give my wife some money when you do this. But I bet, knowing jiu-jitsu, that if I died and in perpetuity, my residuals would probably be rash guards. And considering how much she hates the amount of rash guards that I own, I don't think she'd like that. So, yeah, I think we thought that one all the way through. So anyway, yes, Hooligan Sedixon, thank you very much for the ha-has. If you guys like what you're seeing, I always appreciate it. You can follow us everywhere. I'm going to keep plugging my shit, because why not? You can find me on Facebook if you're one of those old people or have moms or uncles who say racist things. I am also on Facebook. So there you go. It does look like things have been fixed, so it does look like the audio may be coming on very shortly for you guys. And it says, I love Michael Jackson so much that I just regularly watch videos of myself walking on rewind just for the moonwalk. That's great. You know, I actually don't have a great moonwalk. Not a bad dancer. Moonwalk's okay, so. But every year for Halloween, we put up, years ago when I did a comedy show, we did a thriller segment. And without fail, every couple years, somebody who didn't know me sees it for the first time, and they're always like, I didn't know you could do Thriller. And I was like, Thriller's easy. Smooth Criminal's hard. That's why everybody likes Thriller. Everybody can do the Thriller dance. But if you try to do the Smooth Criminal dance, you look like garbage because nobody's got you on a wire letting you do the lean. Just saying. But yes, yeah, I'll go. All right, let's talk a few things while we're waiting for that to get fixed, because it does look like it is stalling again on my side. So I am actually switching back and forth between these two things. It looks like we're at an announcement right now. So I will do my best. My apologies if I am not keeping you the most up to speed. I am bouncing back and forth between both of these sections here. It looked like they just kicked it back on over to the commentary desk. So it looks like we're about to get another match here in a second. I will give you the details as to who is walking out momentarily. And yes, this is Travis Thomas that is coming out right now. So Travis Thomas is about to head on out, just in case you want to figure out where we are. That means we didn't miss any action here. We are at Travis Thomas versus Landon Tourville. Which, by the way, Landon Tourville. Let's pull up the photo while we do this joke, because that doesn't make any sense if I don't have somebody to make fun of as I do this. Let's pull this up. Landon Tourville, if we're being honest, sounds like a uniquely suspicious made-up name. Sounds like something you would hear in a Dr. Seuss sort of story. His name was Landon Tourville. Yep. And he was of the musician nature. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now. Both these gentlemen are on the mats. So you do have Landon, and you also have Travis. And both these gentlemen have been very, very interesting to watch throughout the week. I have been, in particular, very impressed by Travis's aggression. And Landon, I think, has been very fun to watch because I think he's got the right approach. Win, lose, he's always had a very calm demeanor, but a good sense whenever I saw him on the microphone a little bit afterwards. And it does look like there is a choke here over very quickly by Travis if he is able to group those legs together and kind of make it difficult. I just know this isn't fun. He seems to have a good stranglehold here. He may be adjusting it to almost a necktie sort of thing. And he is cinching it in closer and closer. Yep, he does get the tap here at the 9-minute and 14-second mark. That was really impressive, man. And I have to tell you, man, I did find this out, I think, about Landon, which is that I think he is a fan of hitting people with the Boston Crab, which, that's my shit, man. So I was very quickly happy to hear he does that. So yes, Travis does take match number 3. And it says, should I say it? I don't know if y'all are behind. No, you can say it. I mean, I'll keep them up to date on my side. I literally saw it just a few seconds after you did. And it says, Mr. Tourville pulled some of the most Houdini-esque escapes this season. Great scrambles. He really did. You are 100% correct on that. There was a lot of really fun back and forth that I saw with him. So thank you for that. Hey, still rolling. Thank you for becoming a Jedi. We appreciate you. And I can't say this enough, you guys. If you enjoy what you're seeing here, it doesn't hurt to just give us a like, a share, and a comment. Tell some people that this broadcast is going on right now. You can catch it on my channels for Grappling Hour, or you can catch it on Brandon and Catherine. Wherever you're watching, I'm doing my best to go ahead and do this. And it says, how to watch since Fight Scout isn't working. Can't find on YouTube. So just to let you know, Joel, if you want to go and become a Jedi member on Brandon and Catherine's YouTube page, I think you should have access to that. And I think Kai Johnson is in our comment section who should be able to help us out with that. So my thanks to you for your patience and working along with us. We really need to remind people here, these are our friends. Please do not illegally distribute this. I'm doing my best to make sure. I think, were you guys able to hear on that part when I played Nick's post-fight interview? Because if that's the case, I don't have any objections to like playing some of those things. I have very strict rules for myself whenever I do broadcasts, which is I don't ever really air other people's content. We're in a unique position in this particular event because we are friends with the people who are putting this on. So I don't mind showing you clips or things that I can. I, however, cannot show you the entire pay-per-view. So And I think if you're here, you're fans and friends of Brandon and Catherine and the good guys who put this on together. So there should be no bitching about this. But you would be amazed how many events I have produced, run, or watched. And people are like, hey, show me the event. And you go, listen, guys, I'd love to. But unfortunately, a lot of people know who I am and will be very mad and kill my channel. So it doesn't look like we have 2 more walkouts right now. We are getting our 4th prelim right now with Kamoy Anderson. Let's do the joke on Kamoy. Yeah, let's pull that one up. All right, photo insert right over here. And Landon, you sweet, beautiful soul, you. All right, let's go to our next one. I'm going to pull off that one. Let's go to Kamoy here for a split second. Kamoy, seen here wondering why you so dumb. Like, Kamoy legitimately has that look like, I already told you the answer. 1 + 1 is 2, bro. But I think he's giving this look to like a 4-year-old in their first math class. Like, dude, don't make me say it again. It is 2. 1 + 1 is 2, dude. Yeah, I know you're 4. There's no excuse, dude. And then, of course, this is the one I've kind of been waiting for. Because Maximus here, he looks like he's a kid. You know what I mean? Like, this is definitely a dude that's going to get carded whenever he's going to buy beer. Like, for the rest of his life. When I saw this photo initially, a few thoughts happened. One, definitely looks like he is a background extra in the movie Superbad. Number 2, like, I think sometimes we have to make sure that the people who we're taking photos of know that they're getting a photo taken of. This dude is doing like a retinal scam at an eye exam. Is kind of how it looked like initially. All right, we're at the match right now, so we'll let these guys get to work. And I am going to be watching off of my phone here. So thank you guys for that. And I appreciate you guys for working around. My apologies if my eye line does seem to trickle down ever so slightly. But we're already off to the races. 9:50 on my clock here, so I may be just a smidge behind you guys. But if so, you do have Max, who has opted to go underneath and play from guard. Kamoy was going through the different grips. I have to say, Max is back and forth. It is very funny because, yes, statistically, you do have the smallest versus the biggest. And a lot of people have been talking about the fact that he is a rock troll, which I don't know that I still understand that, but I will accept it as fact. I will not contest any part of that. So yes, both these gentlemen playing the world's most aggressive game of Mercy. And now Kamoy looking for that body lock, doesn't quite get it. Maximus rejects it. Now they go right back to the grips around the hands, which you have to figure if you're Maximus, you're probably not always going to win that game of Mercy. So I do commend him for doing this. And for a split second, Maximus went with the Stewart. No, stop it. If you guys have ever seen Mad TV, that is a very accurate description of how he got out of that. They return back on over, looking for butterfly hooks here. Kamoy looks to stand up, and I just get the impression some athletic shit is about to take place here in a moment. So let's give these gentlemen just a few seconds to work from that position, but it's been very interesting to see thus far in. And when we get a moment, we may actually bring you up to date on some of the things that we are seeing over. We have some privileged information that has been coming to us, so I will do my best to bring that into the broadcast as we are going through this evening. So my thanks again to you guys for all watching. Kamoy has that red streak in his hair, and I can't tell if he had it here all week, and I was just blind. Am I going blind now? Did he have the red streak in, or was this a battle finale streak that he has here? Or, you know, it could, like, the lighting was a little bit bluish on my screen. Could be my screen. Could be the way it looks. I do have a stall out, so it did give me a second. I'm actually now at 6:15, so that jumped fairly significantly. All right, 2-on-1 grip over here with Maximus. Doesn't quite pull down the posture of Kamoy, but he does have a grip around the back of the head. Kamoy does look like he probably could pick him up quite easily, though. And, you know, just as I say that, yikes, it looks like he is. I would be afraid of getting powerbombed by Kamoy. I'm going to be very honest to you guys. I feel like that is a very real possibility. I'll give you guys some notes here. The Vanilla Gorilla originally just said right now, it said Travis Thomas wins the finale. That is a bold statement. Not an Elijah fan I see here. And then it says Travis is the real deal. No shame on Landon. I mean, he did great regardless. He absolutely did. So I think those are some good observations here by the Peanut Gallery. We are still back in guard. There's 5:12 left to go. And you are seeing Maximus. It's very difficult to get a good grip on Kamoy. I think that's a really hard thing to do whenever somebody is that different in the power levels in terms of strength. But guess what? What do we know? He was able to get a sweep. Now he's on top. And if he's able to keep this going here for a split second, this could be very bad for Kamoy. Kamoy is now underneath, has both hands up, kind of just saying, I'm just chilling here. No big, but Maximus has a real opportunity in this mount. Kamoy's starting to kind of signal like he wants to put the hands on the hips and maybe push him out, kind of for one of those exploder escapes from this position. I think he's very, very quickly biding his time. He doesn't want to let that triangle shoot in by any means here, but Maximus doing a very good job thus far in of maintaining his balance. Excellent work here by Max. I think the difficult part for Max here is if you go too high in transition on that mount, you can Kamoy just tosses him off as expected. Yeah, I was waiting for that to happen. I was like, I'm fairly certain Kamoy can bench that dude off of him. Damn, I sense some tension on this Kamoy and Max match. I actually think it's a mix of their styles. I think that Max has been a very good showman. I think he knows when to turn it on. And I think that Kamoy is just somebody who in the moment is a very game competitor. So I think when you have those two different styles that match up, you will get a little bit of what looks like a heated thing. But in actuality, it's probably just two people competing. However, I'm not in the group chat, so it's hard to know that. And it says, got to support the brothers, of course. Watch the first qualifier for that Easter egg. Next draft, your boy is going to be in as well. Nice. Like to hear that, Vanilla Gorilla. For the record, Christian, I don't think you had both feet on the mat during the Royale. Uh-oh. Yikes. Raffy, what's up, Sean Q? Good to see you. I appreciate it. It has been so long. That's probably your fault, not my fault. I'm always on internet television, literally weekly. It says, I want to be there so bad, but if it's next March, I won't be able to make it. It's good to know, man. Next March. Yeah, I totally get that. It says, Maximus is the third most eloquent trash talker on the fighting business. First Connor, second Chael, third Max J. That is a very interesting list. And Max, at this point, he is keeping good pressure on Kamoy. I think this has been really good. He had an opportunity, and I'm not quite sure he did that spin out there. And even Kamoy is like, what did you just do? He literally was in side control. And as Kamoy looked like he was going to maybe start to try to escape it from underneath, Max elected just to kind of cartwheel out of it himself. So I think you're getting a lot of showmanship from these gentlemen. I have to be honest, Randy, I was up, and it says, and Kamoy is probably the most resilient grappler. He puts on that wrestling pace and never stops. I would agree with you. It's weird. He has the good body type and that athleticism that even if you're at your most technical jiu-jitsu, it's still a very difficult day at the office. So, my fault, got involved in politics, and I'm running for federal member of parliament with Pierre Poilievre in Canada. Well, good for you. Hopefully that goes well. And the flexibility of young Max is too much for me. Yeah, I can't do that. And it says, I ain't built like that, Vanilla Gorilla. I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you this much. I probably am not either. A little bit of a shoulder crunch here, but instead, Kamoy Baby, man, he has a good start here, but I think this kind of approach may be a little bit problematic for Max. Now, Max is not his usual resilient self with Kamoy fully in that side control and probably putting the shoulder of justice into his face as they inch on closer to the edge of the mats. I think we're about to see a reset here sooner than later. So slight stall on a quick moment from my app. I'll let it reset. Oh boy, this is a very interesting here. It's not going bad, thanks. Of course, man. But yes, nice pressure here continuing out. There's 35 seconds left. This may actually end up going the distance here, unfortunately. So if that is the case, I do believe we go to EBI overtime rules, and we will keep you up to date on those informations as they happen, gents and ladies. 20 seconds left to go. Kamoy, the only thing that's missing here is I think he's trying to make a last grasp here for the judo side control. And Max, I think, is kind of laughing it off. He was looking for that kind of catch wrestling sort of headlock. Doesn't quite get it. Now just covers the mouth for the last few seconds. I have to say this. If you're covering my mouth and there's 10 seconds left, rude. I'll just say it. Rude. It doesn't serve any purpose. You're not going to submit me with that. So, at this point, I think we both just kind of know you're kind of being a dick. Now, granted, you're trying to leave me with a parting gift of some sort. So anyway, here we are. Overtime right now. These two gents. Kamoy going very, very nice with a seatbelt grip here. They begin as soon as it stops buffering for me. Dick move. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you having my back here. I don't love how south Kamoy was. He definitely started very far back on that attack. In transition, though, Max still in a little bit of trouble, but not the worst. There is a body triangle here. That's going to afford him some time. Now he's going for that back triangle. And Max kind of reading it out. The referee trying to protect the audience, who, by the way, are all in weird hoodies. Like, they all look like they're in a dance battle crew over on the side here. It says, Wagner has entered the chat. Yeah, I see that. It says, Thiago, Max's tactics is to frustrate the opponent, trying to have the opponent make a mistake by getting angry. No, I get it. I roast my friends all the time whenever I roll with them. So whenever I roast my friends, I do it with the intention of, I usually can't pass your guard, but if I have jokes available to me, I will 100% pass your guard. That's the only reason why. All right, Max on the attack on his side. That's tough to get that much control with that difference of size. It's not impossible, but it can be problematic because without that body triangle that I saw here initially, you do get the sense that Kamoy is very quickly out of it, and it did just take him 15 seconds to get out of it. So it looks like they're about to reset them here momentarily. And from here, this is where things get a little weird, though, because you don't really have as much time to trash talk here. Like, this is where you kind of have to operate without your ability to be a good trash talker. Anytime we do EBI overtime rules or rounds with my group of friends, I'm always like, I have all my smart ass comments. Well, help me now. This is definitely not the move, Raf. But yes, I appreciate you guys for watching along with us right here. It does look like Kamoy is holding on here to a head and arm triangle that he was able to transition to. Max, because he is stuck in the move, it may be difficult to delineate when he's out. He has to firmly display that he has gotten out of it. That arm would suggest he is en route to being out, but he may not necessarily be in submission danger at the moment, but he does have to display that he gets out of the move. So if anything, he's just racking up more time in this move, unfortunately. And Kamui, oh, that's a very, very smart little mechanism here. Max is actually weaving his arm on the inside. And if anything, it is preventing him from getting choked. It just kind of stilts him into there. But it could be helpful if you wanted to create a little bit more space between Kamui's giant shoulder and his head. Yeah, shout out our good friends at X Marshall. I thank them for supporting them, and I very much am happy to see that they were there with the group of guys and gals in Alabama, helping to make this broadcast happen. So my appreciation to them. My appreciation to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. And I'm glad that you guys are joining along with us. I'm going to do just a quick little thing here, some housekeeping. Make sure that my friends, my constituents on the Grappling Hour broadcast see a face here real quick. I want to make sure that you guys are good. Now, bottom of the second round here in overtime, and we are waiting to see how this one plays out. Kamui got out in 15 seconds in the last match, so it's not looking great for Max's ability to advance to this next round, but we will find out, and we will wait. Within a few seconds, Kamui moves very quickly, and he does get out. So congratulations to Kamui for getting out a second time, but I think it means one more time we do for the full 3 periods of overtime on this one, you guys. So appreciating you guys for doing your things. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Rafa Esparza, in case you don't know that. And let's just say this. If you guys like what you're seeing, you can also watch me on Twitch. That is Grappling Hour on Twitch. I'm on that one too. I don't play as many video games, not right now, but potentially in the future. Some great video game playing will be had very quickly. So Kamui has a very good grip here. I'm going to venture a guess that he is able to probably ride it out in this position. I think Max has been having some difficulty getting out of these positions, and I think Kamui's just that strong of a dude. I think he puts those people in really bad positions and has been very good at being able to maintain that. Also, you figure this. It's not just the amount of time that you've been grappling that day. Keep in mind the amount of grappling you've had to do for an entire week. And I think they were trying to say this on the broadcast earlier this week, where they go, these guys would probably be doing this at an open mat over multiple days, which is true. A lot of people compete regularly will tell you that they just stay consistent and doesn't really feel like competing sometimes. I think this is pretty exhausting. I think that many adrenaline dumps, as accustomed to it as you may be, I think they build up over time. So there is that. But yes, the Fight Scout app has been, it's been an endeavor. I think we could say that safely. I think it has definitely been an experiment in patience. Speaking of patience, I don't know if you guys are hearing, my dog is making the rounds right now. So give me 1 second. I'm going to open the door just to let my dog come in. She's going to get real camera shy, but she may make an appearance here. No, I think my dog actually wants to go outside, and we're not doing that. I think she mostly wants to just go lay in the sun. We call it her condo outside, where she'll just go out, lay out. She is essentially a beach bum of a dog. And yeah, my stream is frozen, so it's going to take me a second here to get back up and running. I'm going to exit out of it, come back over. I mean, I would like to think that maybe we are crowding the system that much that it is requiring us to re-buffer it every so often. But in terms of patience level, it's been an experiment. I also don't know that I hear anything on this. Oh boy. We'll have to see if did the voice cut out for any of you guys as well. I'm going to close the door real quick. So, okay, this is confusing to me. Just 2 seconds ago, it looked like the stream has voice, I can see the mouth moving. I don't know if it's just because it's plugged into my computer that now it's not giving me a very good sense of what's happening. You guys can help me on this. All right. It says give Max 2 years of training. He'll be unstoppable. And Kamoy equals powerhouse. Did I say that right? I think I did. Let's see if we're finding this here properly, because this is... this Fight Scout thing has been a very interesting endeavor. I'm going to unplug my phone and see if maybe that gives me voice. So, yep, that's me at full voice right now, and I don't have it here. So, I'm going to send a note to our gents. You guys can tell me if you have any kind of audio on yours. Maybe it's just mine. All right, we're moving to the quintet here, and it says, my dog got sprayed by a skunk this week. It's awesome. No, I'm sorry, Randy. I'm not sure. So anyway, you guys can double check on the stream. Let me know if I'm just going insane or if that is on the app. It seems like watching on YouTube was the way to go. I just was doing it as told and going on the app. And it is a trying time here, my friends. Maybe if I go in and out of the app again. I'm just trying to let the good folks over there know that the Fight Scout app, I don't have back end of that. Hold. Okay, great. All right. Coming back over to Fight Scout, we're going to find out together if this ended up working. All matches. Volume all the way up. Slight buffer. Waiting. No audio. Shit. Don't love that, guys. That's not great. I really hope the guys... Good news is you can hear my audio. I heard that one loud and clear. So while we wait for that to get fixed out, and it does look like we are going to the quintet while that gets situated, I want to show you guys what's happening on the actual scene itself. So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to take just a quick look at some of the stuff that I'm seeing over on my side. Okay, so in case you're wondering on the app, if you're watching on that side, the Fight Scout app itself, they are working on getting the audio back up. So my apologies to you guys if you are watching through that venture. I am as well. However, if you got a minute, since you're just chilling right now, you can also, I don't know, check out the Grappling Hour on Twitter. I'm not calling it X. That's dumb. Call it Twitter. You can catch us on there at Grappling Hour. Means a lot. We're starting to put up more clips. We have a lot of interviews, So I've done probably over 200 athlete interviews just on this channel alone. That doesn't even include the verbal tap years. So keep in mind, if you guys are ever looking for something to watch for new stuff, you always want to go that way. And I very much appreciate when you guys give us some love and support, especially if you don't follow us regularly. It does mean a lot. So thank you guys for that. All right, I'll take any questions, comments, hints, concerns that you guys may have as this is going on. I will tell you this. We are in the process of going on over to the quintet, which is coming up here in just a few minutes. But I do want, like I said, I was previewing that we were going to get you guys some actual look at what's going on over on the side. So give me just a second here to pull this up. But yes, we were doing jokes about it. Max, you're a good kid. Look at you. Good kid. Good kid. Nice kid. I've already done my joke, though. So we'll let him off the hook now. So anyway, if you guys are having issues with the app, of course, or you haven't ordered it yet and you're wondering where to go, it's very easily that we can get you guys on to the YouTube page. I'm told if you're watching via BMAX YouTube, you should be able to see this fairly easy. So it is my hope that you guys can see more and more fun stuff. But speaking of those elements or those things that are happening behind the scenes, I want to show you guys a couple quick little clips here that I've gotten over from the side. So we have some folks who are getting us some really cool clips and some really cool things that we are seeing here. And one of the things that's been interesting to me is as you kind of see or hear these things happening, you could definitely get a sense of the mood, the temperature, how people are feeling. But just to give you guys just like a slight clue as to how things look, we had this sent on into us, and I think it's so cool to get to see what it's like when people are doing their great work over on this show. And unfortunately, it's not loading here, so we'll come back to it in a second. But I do notice over on the broadcast booth, the gentlemen over there are waiting to go to the quintet, so they're actually doing what we refer to in the business as a vamp. What's a vamp? A vamp means stall. So anytime you're in a major broadcast and they say something to the effect of, hey, we need you to vamp right now, that's what they're doing. So those gentlemen are talking and making it go. I do think there were a couple photo inserts that we got. So my apologies if we forgot a couple photos. I guess we can take care of them now. All right, let's go on over to, look at this kid, Matthew. Man, if Post Malone ever needed a stunt double, he's got it in spades in Matthew. I think the main question I have for this photo is, how much weed went into making this photo happen? Additionally, if you look at this photo long enough, do you begin to think like, did the person who designed this shirt look at this guy, look at Matthew and think, that was my perfect demo. That's exactly who I was thinking of when I made that t-shirt. God bless, young kid. God bless. I don't know about you guys, but even looking at this photo makes me high. Like I think I have gotten what is referred to as a contact high just by observing this photo, but could just be me. So there is that. My thanks to this young man for his great week of work. And as we're kind of sketching through, I'm trying to see if I forgot anybody. We did land. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one. Okay. So let's be real about this photo. This is like a before photo that they show in Dateline, right? Like something happened after this photo, right? I'm not going to say that this is an affront or this dude like killed anybody, but you do have questions when you see it. So, you know, just I hope everything's good. But definitely I'm a little scared. I hope this guy's okay. So there is that. Yeesh. What I would love for you guys right now is to tell me anything that you are seeing on your side in terms of the broadcast and the bit of silliness that is happening over on our side. But I do want to tell you guys this. I am looking around to see if we have gone to the quintet just yet. It looks like they're back on over. And I do think we are getting our walkouts right now. So yes, the quintet is starting back up. So all the gentlemen from Team Ghost are making their way out right now. Whoosh, look at this band of hooligans. Team Ghost. I also love that there's just one dude's pulled up like he's the goalkeeper. Is that dude even in a Ghost outfit? Okay, so in terms of how this plays, I don't know exactly who is on what team. I see some familiar faces. So my name is Rafa Sparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood. Don't go to that. We're not going to commercial. I like that for a split second there. Like my computer thought I wanted to cut to commercial, and I'm like, no, I don't. It says, just that cold stare just got chills here. I absolutely think so too. And I wonder if he was like, that's the photo, take it. Are you sure you don't want one different one? No, it's perfect. Okay, Fedor. I will send this to the organization, also to the FBI, just in case. So there's that. Woo! My friends, we are killing it today. And I am super stoked that you guys are joining us. My name is Rafa Sparza. As I mentioned earlier, we are about to get ready for the quintet action. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. And let's get off to the races. Look at this, the international sign for either getting really excited or the end of Karate Kid 2. But yeah, we're already at 3:54 left in this first match between two Ghost folks. So here's the issue that happens here. I was not given the names of who's on the teams for Ghost and whatnot. So everybody is going to be Kid and not Kid. So we're going to go White Rash Guard and Black Rash Guard. And maybe to be consistent, even for the people I know, I will just refer to them as Black and White Rash Guards. Well, this dude's also a redhead, so I think that does help here. There's a nice arm drag attempt. It's looking very solid of a grip. He cups around. That leg may be in danger. There is a heel hook attempt, and there is a tap, and I do wonder if that dude's legs is okay. Yeah, he's taking a moment. I think Redbeard. Oh, he's doing that play it off thing where he's like, yeah, I'm fine. And then as he did it, and I'm going to mute here, he lets out one of those. You didn't want to hear that noise, but he lets out one of those. So, yes, I do see quintet. All right. So that was number 1 for, I believe that was Team Ghost that was winning that one. I'm going to have to double check here on the different names. I don't know any of that. Well, that's great. Yes, I had asked for names and I have been told that does not exist. So, going to be depending on you, the comment section, my friends, to help me know who it is I need to know. Because who knows who the Lord is. Noah Randolph. Okay, just tapped. That's the dude who just tapped. Good to know. That information could have been useful a little while ago, but we're going to work through it. Let me see here. Legend has it that PGF's Fedor inspired MMA's Fedor Cold Stare, not the other way around. Good to know. Ooh, that is not the move, dude. Woo! That is another heel hook in a row. Good Lord. I have to say this. If you see someone getting viciously heel hooked before in the match with you, I would do my best to steer clear of that. That just seems like a really not great area to be in. So my apologies. Yes, Team Ghost with the White Rash Guards here seems to be doing pretty well. Kevin Buring. That is the gentleman. That is who I thought it was. And you know what really sucks is it seems like anytime I get text, it is slowing down. Yes, this is from 10th Planet Atlanta. He is now working to pass up top. And, all things considered, you would really hope it would be a better opportunity if you were passing from top than getting viciously heel hooked previously from there. So in this particular region, it does look like it is 10th Planet Decatur versus Atlanta in this. And Atlanta is all in the white. And so far, things have not necessarily been going Atlanta's way. And then black is Decatur. So this is the black team. Black Rash Guard team is Decatur. All good. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for that. I will tell you guys exactly what I know as we get it. And right now, yes, it does look like Ooh, Team Decatur looking very good, though. What is that? What? I just got a no. What is the no to? We are getting some notes throughout here today. Other way around. That's what I thought. Okay. My apologies if that sounded wrong. I was given bad intelligence. I thought I was looking at some things a little askew, but here we are. All right, back on the pass here. A leg weave underneath, trying to push down on that knee, and it does look like there was an entry or at least an attempt to get that leg isolated. Start working on it. Nothing doing here, though. So the white, just to be clear, is Decatur, and the black rash guard team, Team Ghost, is 10th Planet Atlanta. All good. Working on a gift wrap here. And from that particular position, just trying to get a back take was in play, but there was almost a butterfly guard that was going to help him get out of here. A split second thought for a Darce, now settling back in to side control, looking for an isolated arm. He's going to have some work to do here. I don't exactly have a clock on this one, so just in case you guys are wondering, I don't know exactly what the time frame we are looking at the moment is. Good shoulder pressure, though, here. Yeah, there we go. 3:44 left to go on that side. So we are getting some new movies and intel. I will get those on over to you guys shortly. But in the meantime, we are still watching the action over on this way. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We are in match 3 of the first round of Quintet. And it looked like there was almost an effortless mount here. That would have been supremely great to have in that sense. But still, the side control looks like it's just tough to grit through. The gentleman who looks like a dollar store version of Timothy Chalamet, struggling a little bit here, and I get it. I would too. His pressure is actually very, very good, so giving him a moment to kind of work his way throughout some really, really tough spots in this particular position. And we will have some action for you here shortly. And yes, Team Ghost is going to pick up their 3rd win in a row. 3rd win in a row. Yikes. That is looking rough. Kevin Beering is running the table. And of course, he is a student under Sean Applegate, who has an excellent track record of beasts. But that is definitely a way you want to start off a quintet. One person running the table, doing what our good friend and longtime friend of the show, Sean Applegate, just churning out more monsters. Yeah, that's a good entry on that leg. That might be a wrap here. My apologies, I'm getting, again, some buffering issues on my side, but it looks like from the beginning of it, he had entry into that heel hook, and I'm just waiting to see if it plays off like I thought it would. It didn't necessarily play out how I thought it would, but he definitely looks like he is rechambering and has a leg on the other side. For a split second, I think Stephen Aiken is actually refereeing this one in addition to providing duties as an MC, which I don't know if I've checked the rules of conduct in any HR booklet, but I think that's against the rules. I don't think you could be both play-by-play announcer, or I'm sorry, the announcer of the event and an actual referee. I have to talk to the commissioner about that one. However, if you are short-staffed, whatevs. Yeah, Beering is probably going to finish this. I hate to say that things are ever done before they're done. It's just, I think the track record for Kevin Beering is pretty much spoken for itself this entire run. So here you have him pulling down. Excellent work here. I think he may opt for a necktie of some sort if he doesn't switch on over to a Darce. But, oh no! A thought for a split-second buggy choke was in the mode. And just even when you think that Beering is going to get off balanced and swept, he does not. He maintains the position and comes right back into it. Here's the good news. I do think the stream, at least from my phone side, is providing a little bit more of a consistent video. You know, I said that. That was my fault. As soon as I said that, it froze. All right, and we're back. Beering still working through here. I mean, yeah, dude. If you could tie Beering, you could get him out. But then you've still got a couple monsters on that squad that are going to be pretty rough to go up against. So, yeah, Team Decatur is in trouble here, guys. They may be down to their last member sooner than later here more that way. So, waiting to find out more information as we see a slight buildup on this. Moving up on the neck, 340 left to go, although it feels like it's been going on for a bit. So these poor guys in these bad positions, it always makes you feel bad. I just want to remind you guys, if you hadn't had the opportunity to go ahead and watch this on the app, and if for any reason you haven't ordered yet or you're looking to see a more consistent stream, I've been told that the YouTube version is a much better version. The way you do that, you go over to the YouTube page and you become a Jedi. When you become a Jedi under that membership, you are able to have a more consistent version of a stream. That's what I've been told. Don't blame me. I'm just the messenger. And it said the PGF grew so much in 5 seasons that I feel it could be broadcasted by one or even the UFC. The timing seems right. I mean, given anything can happen now, everybody's looking for more and more content. It'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. I think for a split second, Kevin Beering almost had another heel hook. But he's switching now to attacking the leg. Nope. As much as I want to say this dude's out of it, I think he's doing an excellent job of very much staying in the match with Kevin Beering, who is proven to be just a beast throughout these first couple matches. It is not a fun thing to be a part of. When somebody's on one of those hot streaks, you definitely do everything that you can to try and match them. But whew, even just the grips he gets look like submissions. These aren't even like finishes. They're just excellent grips that he rechambers. Now I think we may be at a finish. This may be a heel hook finish, and it is. Yikes. Kevin Beering is literally running away with it right now. And he's showing his first signs of fatigue. Hands on the knees. Definitely looks like he is getting tired. So I would say this. I would say if I'm him, I would definitely be looking at trying to pitch a perfect game here. So this is South Dakota Chris, which begs the question, how do you get that name? You don't want to meet his brother, North Dakota Chris. Like what? Who gets named? Oh, it's California Raph. It says here from Derek, how do we watch this? I'm a member, but don't see the option on YouTube. So, Derek, you have to be on the Jedi status. And I see right now you are a member, but you need to be a Jedi member. So there are different tiers. I think that you're at the, I don't know if it's mid or lower tier, but Jedi is like the green tier. I see like there's somebody in the chat section just a second ago. Her name's Marissa. She looked like she just became a Jedi. So if you guys are looking to get I understand. Let me point something out here. I have been built to fail on how to explain this. Here's why. When I'm trying to tell you guys where to go to watch this stream and you want to watch it on YouTube, I have to sound like a crazy person and go, well, first you go and you become a Jedi. If you become a Jedi on the YouTube page, you're for sure going to be able to watch the stream. If you look at a person like me and you hear me talking about being a Jedi, I don't think you believe me, but it is legitimately a tier on this broadcast. So become a Jedi member, $29.99. You will be able to see this. And I feel in my heart it's a little bit better of a stream than the Fight Scout, which I did. I made that choice because I wanted to be like you guys today. I wanted to view this exactly like you might should you run into issues. And instead, I'm running into an issue. And so is South Dakota Chris, who's in the middle of a heel hook and taps before things get too hairy. And Kevin Beering has run the table. Kevin Beering has earned every drink that he wants, and he is a tired man at this point. And I don't blame him because, woof, what a freaking day. So the next two teams that are coming in are Ironclad Jiu-Jitsu versus Not Bad Jiu-Jitsu, which I would like to have an issue with Not Bad Jiu-Jitsu. You're taking on a team that I'd like you to beat because Not Bad Jiu-Jitsu is exactly my brand, and that's some trademark infringement. So, Derek, just in case you're wondering, Kai Jackson in the chat just said, become a Jedi level, and then it'll show up on this channel. So in other words, you don't see it as an option until you actually register in the Jedi tier. Hopefully that makes sense. I promise you that is what you're supposed to do. Because every time I read this and somebody's like, how do I become? And I'm like, bro, same boat, same. I feel you. Derek has upgraded to it. You know what? Okay. So we have a thing when I do my normal broadcasts, and we give a toast to those who get a finish within regulation or those who subscribe to my channel. I'm going to extend that service. So to those of you guys who are becoming Jedis that I still see in my chat, I'm going to go ahead and do some toast to you guys. Is that cool? Do you guys like that? If you don't like the toast, just remember I'm an independent party. I have nothing to do with Brandon and Catherine and his good, fine folks here. I am just a friend of the show. So let's start with this. This toast goes on to Derek Chilson. Is your name really Chilson? Like it reads like chill, son. Yo, what's your name? My name's Derek. Oh, cool. Do you really get angry? Nah, dude, I chill, son. Anyway, Derek, thank you for becoming a Jedi member and getting through my drivel and still being able to watch this show. I hope that as you watch the big telecast, you sit back, you watch with us, and you enjoy this show. So it is my dear hope. So cheers to you, Derek. All right, let's go down this way. Marissa, I want to give a toast on out to you. Marissa Herrera, thank you so much for joining along and becoming a Jedi and supporting grappling. A lot of people don't know this about Marissa, but Marissa was one of the first people to ever hit a G-roll sweep in jiu-jitsu. A lot of people didn't know that. I know that. I know all. If you guys become a Jedi member and I see it, I will give you a toast on air just like we're going through. And we're combing right now to make sure we are giving some toasts out to people who dutifully deserve them. So I'm going to come through. I see a couple more. Jake Man 4591. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a Jedi member. I want to tell you this, Jake Man 4591. I like you a lot better than Jake Man 4590. I think that dude's a dick. I don't talk to him anymore. You know why? Because Jake Man 4591 is the shit. Jake Man 4590, loser. Jake Man 4591, dope. Cheers to you. All right, let's make our way through these. I see another one. Hooligan Sadigason. Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate you for joining along and becoming a Jedi member. And I want to say this about you. A lot of people don't want you to hear these things, but I'm just going to say it. Probably the best Ashi game in jiu-jitsu. I know you'll think of other people. Don't think of them. It's actually Hooligan. Hooligan has the best Ashi. I said it. I don't even give a shit. You know what? Streets can come for me. As far as I know, I'm on broadcast for the next 3 hours. So, bam. Short break to make sure my stream cut. So, that's why we were vamping there, kids. So, I'm going to see if my stream comes back on Fight Scout. In the meantime, what's up, RFM070911? Cheers to you, RFM. A lot of people don't know this about you, but I'll say it. I think that you were one of the first people to ever come into a comment section and say, you know what? I don't think that move works. I think it's trash. And I think in that particular instance, somebody needed to hear it. And yeah, it was at my expense. But you know what? I fit a sharpshooter. I have. When I roll, it's a real move. Famous by Bret Hart, now famous by me. There we go. All right, we're going to see if I still had a lag in my stream. And when we do, there we go. We're back on. So, not bad jiu-jitsu again. And I believe it is Team Ironclad. Those are the two folks that are going back and forth right now. So you have white rash guards and black rash guards. I'm going to come back down here and make sure I have not missed any of yours. There's a heel. Nope, not even a heel hook. It just looked like a little bit of a bite without an actual attack right here. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. I've seen some Jedis. I want to give a shout out to Still Rolling. Still Rolling. I feel like that's something that you say when you're my age. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a toast. And I want to tell you this. Still Rolling is the person that you avoid whenever you get an opportunity to roll at open mat. You don't make eye contact with Still Rolling. You do this. Oh, I think I'm going to take this round off. So cheers to you, Still Rolling. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you. All right. I think we're pretty much caught up at this point. Oh, Andrew Marsh. We'll get one right now. Oh, Andrew Marsh became a bread eater, which... not a Jedi. Can't do a toast. My apologies. I felt bad. I really wanted to do a toast for you. Hooligan had originally become a homie, but now we did that. Terry Hardin Jr. I see that you became a Jedi as well. That is a heel hook attempt. It is not going to go well. It is actually going to get stilted out. 2:30 left in this match right now. So long-haired white rash guard looking for a butterfly. Does get a lift and comes up on it. And Stephen Aiken resets the action momentarily. Terry Hardin Jr. I want to say this about Terry Hardin Jr. Terry motherfucking Hardin Jr. Terry is one of the first people to ever say, why aren't you wearing shorts over those spats? He's really a patriot. He's really somebody who said something that needed to be said a long time ago. And I appreciate Terry for leading that charge. Cheers to you, good sir. We got a couple more of these. Meanwhile, we're letting the action progress here. They may go to time. There's 90 seconds left on my watch. And if there are no submissions here, we do just eliminate both of these competitors. However, there may be a submission here. There is a triangle and an armbar, and there is a finish as we see Team Ghost. Team Ghost. Or not Team Ghost, I'm sorry. There is another Team Ghost. There is a white rash guard. I'm sorry, Team Other One. I don't know which one's which. It's going to take me a minute because they were not telling me which one was which one. So we will work around that, my friends. But Team Black Rash Guards pulling it off and pointing to the sky. Sweet. James Richardson upgraded to Jedi. Cheers to you, James Richardson. This toast goes on out to you, and I just want to say one thing, which is you're the first person that I've seen make somebody cry with a bicep slicer. I think it was beautiful. I think it was like a Scorsese film when I saw it. God damn, it was so beautiful. Cheers to you. And just so you guys know, this quintet is actually brought to you by Ghost. You would know that just by looking at the clock, because a lot of this is brought to you by Ghost. So there is that. Meanwhile, the new member of Team Ghost coming in aggressively, looked for an over-under pass, doesn't get it, switching around on the legs, may push it back and forth, waiting to see how that goes. And it says, spats are for amateurs. Down in Brazil, we still use Speedos on no-gi day. Just kidding. You do what you need to do, boo. I'm not going to tell you how to roll. And this dude literally dragged this dude to the edge of the mat and is now dragging him back. This is the weirdest setup I've seen in some time. But good sportsmanship all the way around. I'll say this, Thiago. I think you're probably the people who are just using Speedos, but I hope that you use Speedos in an actual long rash guard, because I think there's nothing funnier than that. All right, working on a pass here. Moving around, swaying back and forth. Some excellent regarding here by the Team Black Rash Guard member. Oof. That was essentially a dance move that just happened there. This dude really appreciates and grabs the legs and kind of tosses them up. He may have a good pass here with that scoop underneath the leg. He pushes down over on this. Chill Enigma says, found this randomly. I agree. Brandon McCatherine. Ooh, it was a beautiful sweep. Lifts the legs up, ducks it down, and now is working on a front headlock. This dude is compact and just killing it so far. But yes, you just found this randomly. Chill. This is what we call the PGF. This is Pro Grappling Federation. And our good friend, Brandon McCatherine, is one of the guys behind it. And he and a few other folks are on a pay-per-view. And if you're not watching the pay-per-view, I'm here giving you play-by-play for free $99. But if you want to watch it, you are more than welcome to do that. You can also order the pay-per-view and just listen to me. Whatever floats your boat. Totally good either way. Double unders here. 2:14 left to go. And I just got a buffered stream, so it may be a second on my analysis being correct or incorrect here at a moment's notice. We're going to let you know momentarily where we ended up because we are waiting for it to continue buffering off. Once that happens, I'll let you know exactly what the action is on that side. But yes, it does look like the white rash guard team ghost member isolating the arm. Triangle's looking pretty decent to begin with. He's probably going to start sifting it off more into that Dead Orchard style. He has a grip here, looked for the armbar, missed it, tries to shoot up again, doesn't get it. Now is going to kind of Granby roll underneath, looks for a scoop for a half guard here. Now frames, and I think he was probably considering they were going to reset him, and they do not. Now the black rash guard member working to pass just very slowly, making life a little bit miserable for the white rash guard team member. Oh, mount was had and then lost very, very quickly at this moment. So just so you guys know, originally I had the viewing thing up here so that I didn't have to stare down here. The viewing thing has been buffering out, so I've been having to rely on my phone. I will switch that momentarily though, just so you guys are aware of where the eye line is, because normally if you watch a fight companion, you want to see my eyes. I get that. I want to see your guys' eyes too. Stare into your soul, and I'll make sure that you guys are taken care of. So I'm going to see if I can call that back up. And just in case you like what you see, I'm going to remind you guys, give us a like, share, and a subscribe. Tell us something in the chat. And Chill Enigma says, oh, gotcha. Thanks, brother. Of course, man. I got you guys. Ooh, it was a toe hold of some sort. It just looked real spicy. Both gents back up on their feet. 36 seconds left to go. He tries for a disorientation on the takedown. Doesn't quite get it. There is a seated guard member happening at this moment. I think at this point, you're probably going to see, again, both these dudes go the distance, at which point they will both be eliminated. So there is a little bit of jockeying for position here that will get us new members for both teams. However, it does look like, I believe, Team Ghost, the white rash guard team, is going to have their third member come out. I might be wrong here, whereas the black rash guard team is only on their second member now. So that is what's happening over on our side. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Rafa Sparza. As I mentioned, you can like, share, subscribe. If you like what you're seeing here, you can also give some love on over to where I do my broadcasts. And, two fresh new members are making their way into this. Little bit of a lag here over on the stream. What we're going to do here, and it says, Brandon, anyone know which teams are competing in the quintet right now? Yes, Brian, just to let you know, the two teams that we have are Ironclad Jiu-Jitsu versus Not Bad Jiu-Jitsu. Those are the names I was given. So, just so you're aware, and you are informed, just so that we get you the information. 6 minutes at the top of the clock. And again, we're just going to refer to them as white rash guard versus black rash guard here. And white rash guard opting to pull guard, black rash guard looking for a body lock pass. Open guard from white rash guard may make it there. So I see here Not Bad Combat and Ironclad. Those are the two teams that you are currently looking at on this broadcast. That is Not Bad Combat and Ironclad. Which, by the way, is still a great team name. If you're talking about Not Bad Combat, it's it's setting the bar pretty low. You think about it. It makes sure that you're always going to under promise and over deliver. Is that the thing that we see? Yeah, I think so. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left here on this one. Still working on that. And Ironclad is in the white rash guards, while the combat is in the black rash guard. So that is answering a few questions. So thus far, you would see that the Not Bad Combat team has proven to be not bad, as they are currently on their second member, I believe, while the Ironclad team is on their third member. And the dude in the white rash guard centering himself back on over the mats, looking to try and get some grips here. It does look like he's going to try for that scoop underneath attack, maybe trying to lift him up ever so slightly. And the Daily Stack reminding us that this quintet is brought to you by Ghost. Yes, sir, Ghost. Our friends over that way. If you guys enjoy good adult entertainment, you can go check out Ghost. They provide plenty of goodies for adults who like to indulge in a fun lifestyle. So go do your thing. All right, we got a sweep here attempt. However, a back step does prevent that from happening. At 4 minutes and 2 seconds, I will tell you this. It's his first round, second set of teams. That is correct. Second set of teams. And there is a buggy choke attempt here. It might be decent enough. It definitely is getting a response up here from the black rash guard member. And he could just be using it as a sweep, but instead, oh God. The Daily Stack, I need to know, are we allowed to slam from here? Because I'm 100% tombstoning people out of buggy chokes if I have the opportunity. Oh, backbreaker is not a bad idea either. So these gentlemen are kind of just stuck in a weird perpetual state. He's gently guiding him down. And as that's happening, oh God, does get the sweep, but looks like a bit of a struggle to get there. And they're going to reset back to the center of the mats. So those two gentlemen are going back that way. And no, you're not allowed to slam out of things. So that does help. No slams. Damn. Slam would have been really helpful for a guy right there. Really, really helpful. All right. And we are seeing here, yes, PGF finale. Everybody seems to be having a good time over there. I'm getting a lot of notes and friends who are sending in comments. And we will show you a little bit of what we can momentarily, but we are staying with the action for the interim and making sure that our stream does not cut out. So my thanks to you guys who are watching along. My name. Oh, or there's also no guard jumps, just in case you guys were unaware. So no slams, no guard jumps. And we are waiting for it to rebuff on my side, so give it just a second. And, yep, white rash guard team on top, looking to get that back take here. Almost had it. Excellent regarding here by the black rash guard team. Yeah, so just in case you guys are wondering, you are on the right channel if you're having issues with the pay-per-view. So the pay-per-view is off of Fight Scene? My apologies. It's been so unreliable, I've just kind of gone without it. But it is Fight Scout. My apologies. So the app is Fight Scout. If you order it through there, it is having a little bit of issues. A better way to go about it might actually be use the YouTube page and become a Jedi member. So you have to be a member at the Jedi level. Not the other levels, not the homie, not the breadwinner, whatever we want to call those, the paper cutter, the ham sandwich. You know what? They just were given 10th Planet names. That's exactly what this is. So don't become any of those members. Become a Jedi member, and then you can actually see it. It'll appear. You'll see the stream there. I think you'll have a better viewing experience, just to say that. All right, 2:36 left to go in this first match. I'm sorry, this third match. My apologies. But yes, this first round, second set of the first round matches. Third match. If that wasn't confusing enough. there's been a lot of jiu-jitsu this week. In case you can't tell, there again is going to be so many matches. With people ask me what my favorite matches from this week are, I'm going to tell them I don't even know. It just all blends together. And I think the nice part is you get a full spectrum of how people roll and what they do, because I legitimately learned a lot about a bunch of people that I don't necessarily see all the time, or that I've seen, but I don't necessarily watch on a regular basis. So it has been very fun to get to learn some new people and see what it is that they do and how they do their thing. So I appreciate all of the good folks over at the PGF who have been putting this on together. There's a minute left to go on our side. There is a guillotine attempt, but it's that arm in guillotine and he does not have it. So he's going to have to settle for an arm lock here. Does not get that either. Looks to sweep underneath, as I had mentioned initially. Kind of scouts for that leg. Can't get it. There's enough of a frame that keeps him from getting it. Now goes back to a traditional butterfly lifts, and then now is just pushing on that face to extend him out. It looks like his dog has eaten something. He's trying to get it out of his mouth. Moves back up, and yes, starts to very nicely frame and base here. So just catching up, can you update first round winners? Well, the first round winners was just Kevin Beering. If you want to talk about the actual tournament itself, I'd be happy to do that at the end of this match, which is very shortly coming to a close. So on that one, it looks like we will go to a team extended time, but your first round winners in the actual 8-man bracket, it is Elijah and Nick who advance. Travis and Kamoy who advance. They'll be in the semis. That'll happen a little bit later. So just so you're aware, and in the first round, I did mention Kevin Beering was a big winner. Ran through an entire team of 5 individuals. So that is what you missed in the very first few rounds of action here, Mark. My thanks for you tuning in. And you know what the best way to say thank you is? That. Bam. Look at that. Like, share, subscribe. And let's give someone because this isn't my channel. This is Brandon McCatherine's channel. If you guys like what you see here, nothing would make me happier than for you guys to come check out my channel, which is at Grappling Hour. I would very much love it. I do a weekly show. I will likely interview a couple of people from this event here. So if you guys like what you see, go check it out at Grappling Hour. There's weekly new interviews going up, and we have a bunch, including several very prominent trials winners who will be on the show, because we are the only show that collects interviews with ADCC trials winners after they win. Just saying. Nobody else does it. All right. Again, a little bit of a buffer on the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and see if I can call up it on my actual computer. We're going to switch between these two, and we are going to continue watching from here. I do love seeing this, though. It is kind of telling you, like, new faces this week on the app for Fight Scout. It is very cool to see some of these grapplers that we know as fighters that you can kind of follow and watch along. All right, putting this back up on my side, and then I'll let you know if I actually hear voice off of this one. Yep, it looks like voice is back up on that. So far, so good. In case you guys were wondering if they were having any issues with their audio, it may be that they fixed it, and it actually is a faster broadcast, so it is a little bit more on time. So on that broadcast, I see 3:11 left to go, and it does look like Team Ghost with their back up against the wall in this one, because Team Black Rashguard has been killing it thus far in. So not bad. Combat team does get the tap. Wow. Very subtly making that tap happen. That armbar was very well picked up and scouted. Well done. Yeah, I think this leaves Team Ghost to their last individual on their team. We'll get a correction on this if there is one, but that is some impressive work here. So I'm going to see here what Bobby is saying. Okay, Marcus Elkins is now in this, goes to pass, maybe kind of cinching up an armbar here. He has it extended nicely in terms of an attack. he has the seated version of it, but now maybe kind of transitioning on over to a triangle. This looks real bad at this point. He has excellent balance, plenty of time from this position, and the ability to turn it into a triangle, which will increase the odds of it getting finished here. He is over on the side. He does transition it down. I would say there's going to be a tap sooner than later, but there is 520 left to go in this match. His opponent is protecting his arm well, but now he has to worry about the choke being a problem for itself. And Elkins is just being relentless and ends up getting the tap from that position. What a beast. I'm going to say this right now. Marcus Elkins is the baby brother of the Ironclad Bros. So it is a giant wrestling family. And like I said, it is very good to see that excellent performer. And just so you guys know, we normally have a tradition over on the broadcast that I do for Fight Companions, which is those who get finishes within regulations get a toast. But also, we've been toasting those who have upgraded their membership on this broadcast. So we're going to give a toast to Drew Darce. Drew Darce coming in, getting a nice little bump up on the Jedi membership. I just want to say this about you, Drew Darce. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with the fact that you have the best Kimura on record in the entire chat. Now, that's not a disservice to everybody in the chat. It's just letting everybody know where the pecking order is. Yours top, everybody else not as good. So don't come to me with your hate or corrections. It's just what it is. It's what we know. But yes, if you guys would be so kind, like, share, and subscribe to the broadcast as we go through. You guys have been so great and helpful throughout the day. And Elkins maybe in a little bit of trouble right here. He definitely got swept into a little bit of a guard position here. But that high guard looks like it is cinching up and kind of getting him into a false sense of a lull here. And my stream has just buffed for just a split second. We're going to look down at my phone. There we go. It has recalibrated. And just so we are aware, 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes left to go in this match. And there is a leg attack here. Almost shifted into a knee bar now. Maybe going closer to a cloverleaf or at least a heel hook position here. Elkins is in trouble. And if you do have a wrestler, or especially a wrestling family, this is a very smart play to do. It is a very good way of kind of neutralizing something that is so inherently in their wheelhouse of being better and doing better. So I will say this to these guys. This is a rough one to be in. And especially, does get the tap there. Well done. And I do think that does wrap it up for Team Not Bad Combat. So that's Nick Maka. Congratulations to him. And we haven't done this throughout the day, but I think we should start doing it now because we got our wits about us a little bit better. Nick Maka, I'm going to give you a toast right now. Congratulations to you, brother. You were able to neutralize a threat that was coming in and wanted to take you and your team to the distance. But you know what you said? You said, I think I'd rather submit you, dude. So cheers to you, brother, and congratulations on a very nice performance there. Big props to you, my friend. Oof. So it looks like they are resetting here. No. All right. That's as much as we're going to play from the actual broadcast right there. We're just looking to see if they are in the same space we are. They are resetting the clock, and it looks like we are getting our next team elements, red members, whatever we want to say, ready to go. I have to say, it is a little bit of an adjustment to see Egghead in a suit. It takes a moment here to adjust to all of this, but I think they may be throwing to a commercial. We're going to figure it out here. I mean, I'm mostly just reading body language of TJ DeSantis, and normally this is broadcaster language for we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. You guys, either that or he's a dealer. Those are the two different things. You're either a broadcaster saying we're going to take a break, or you're telling everybody your shift is done. Like, thank you guys. That's my time. Jan is coming in here. She'll be your dealer. So those are usually the two different things that are meant in those positions. I see here a note that says, Mr. Elkins has a few judo throws for Nogi that are state of the art. Beautiful to watch. Yeah, I got to say, I got a wrestling coach, a D1 wrestling coach, who's already a problem to roll with. But he's been taking a whole bunch of judo, and I go, dude, don't do that. Come on, man. You got to give us something. Every time I see that we've got something in jiu-jitsu, you get people who take things away from us. And it's just so annoying. All we want to do is be able to roll for a very long time. And it does look like they are actually throwing, I think, at least to some brands, if not commercials. So what we may do is, I think we here at the show may take a little momentary break. I'm going to put on some commercials for you guys. These are clips from my show. I hope that you like them. And I think we're going to be right back in just a few minutes. So what I would say is, before we go anywhere, if you like this, you can also go check me out at Grappling Hour. You'll see it pop up over on this side. And like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. Become a member and check me out there. Okay? All right. We will be right back, you guys. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Rafa Esparza. We are watching the PGF finale live. BRBs.
I love my job. Like, I've always enjoyed it. But that particular phrase is a Scott Holtzman thing. He'd always scream it out after fights. He'd scream it out in training some days. He'd scream, best job I ever had. To my understanding, I just pieced it together, but I'm pretty sure it's where he had to have gotten it from, is the movie Fury. When they're in the tank and they're in all these firefights and all that, they'll always scream out, like, best job I ever had, best job I ever had. And then the final scene, when they're getting ready to be ambushed the next day, they're all kind of telling their story about like what they liked about it, this and that. Brad Pitt is like their head guy, their leader. And he looks, I don't think you even heard him say it at that point up until, and he just kind of takes a drag of his cigarette and he looks and he just looks at all of them as like, best job I ever had. And you're like, man, like even on its worst day, when they're about to be ambushed the next day, like to their core, these guys would not want to be anywhere else. Walking out, this is the best job I ever had. Not just because I submitted them. Alex De Silva, my ribs out and we're swinging in the third round. Best job I ever had. You know, like I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And that's the appreciation that's come with, 21 fights now.
Photos of me up to the edge, slamming my hand. It went from like 30 of their guys versus me screaming, and I'd argue that I did a good job battling them. Then everyone realized that, like, no, I want to cheer for this underdog, this team that came back. One edge of the square, Matt, was for them. One edge was for us, and it was like a battle. It was like two gladiators going at it. It was picture perfect ending, for us at least. And then the belt.
Okay, I should probably bring up my perspective. I see you, shirt off, belt on. You had this pronounced peacock posture where your gestures are very conversational, like, oh yeah, I would say that is my favorite thing. And there's this. And I go, oh, so now he's a philosopher with the championship belt. We got Socrates over here. I go, it's a good thing nobody gave you champagne goggles and champagne. We don't have that kind of money, but if they did, my man would be over here like an NBA playoff end.
There's a game called Ghost of Tsushima. That's like the tattoo. This is a character from that game. He's called the Ghost, and I kind of liked the whole story of his vibe. He was very unassuming, very unexpected. Which I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And he was very violent. And to be honest with you, I got that guy before I had even seen or played the video game. Because I had wanted a samurai. The tattoo artist, like, we just went on Google and we're like, hey, which one do you think is cool? He's like, yo, I think this one looks sick. I was like, that one looks kind of sick. Let's do that. I didn't play video games at the time, and my friends were like, yo, check out this game. I was like, oh, dude, that's the fucking guy I'm gonna get. I was like, holy shit, it's a video game. So then I like watched them play it, and I was like, damn, this is a super sick game.
There was a high risk of that video game not being good.
I'm happy the video game's pretty sick, because if the video game sucks, then it's going to be weird to explain this.
Putting milk into coffee, and anything really, putting into coffee should be some kind of crime that should be prosecuted by an international tribunal of some kind. It's just weird to me that someone in like the highlands of some exotic country will toil away and produce this cherry that then gets roasted through a specific process, flown all the way over here, and
produced for you, and then you put some like cow's milk in it. It just doesn't make sense, honestly. All right. I mean, this was a good reaction to that guard here. I mean, I don't know if you what's wrong with your left knee, why it's not coming to his hip there. You probably don't want to pin him properly.
I don't know that you caught this last part. I am happy. That's great.
Yeah.
But then I immediately go into like, hey, bud, here you go. And he goes to just take the anklet off. Next time somebody does that, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just to myself. The thing I was happiest about with your finish was the fact that the first time we met, it was our pal Colin.
Right.
And he's like, he came up to me. You didn't ask me this, but he's like, hey, man, my buddy Brady's coming. Do you mind showing him some leg lock stuff? And when somebody says that to me, I was like, I don't know if you know more than me or less than me, but I'll start with this. And you were so nice and it was so good. And I just fast forward now all this time later to seeing you get a heel hook finish that is now being featured on Leg Locker and all these different sites. I was so happy for you and proud. And I just thought to myself, like, holy shit, look how far you've come. That's a thing that's happening.
Yeah, you know what's funny? After all these years of training in the leg lock game, that was actually my first leg lock submission in any type of competition, grappling, jiu-jitsu, MMA. And so, yeah, all that hard work on the leg lock game paid off.
Well, so here's where I have to be totally forthcoming. A lot of my leg lock game came from John Evans, who now is somebody you work with a lot.
Yes.
So you're not only getting what I was regurgitating from him, but you're getting it in spades now.
I don't need it from you anymore. I get it straight from the source. Shout out John Evans, man.
Thank you guys for holding off. We appreciate it. It is good to see you guys. My name is Rafa Esparza. I'm here walking you through the action through the PGF finale. It has been a blast so far. You may recognize me as a friend of Brandon McCatherine's for a long, long time. He was one of the guests that we pulled on our show for Verbal Tap years ago. We like to say we discovered him. He likes to say something different. It's not true. What we say is true. However, we're watching the PGF together, and I'm glad that you guys are here because, you know, there's a lot of stuff to process. We're watching this. It's a very, very important day for our friends out in Alabama, and there's a lot of really good events and action, and I have been told that the Battle Rama is happening next. So, what is the Battle Rama? Well, let's all discover this together. If it's what I think it is, then I'm excited. If it's not what I think it is, I may still be excited, but maybe a little more confused. So yes, we're about to call up the PGF here momentarily. However, I have to set it again off of the stream on this computer. This app has very, very particular ways that it has to be used. So whenever you're using it on the computer, you got to press it a certain way and kind of massage it and say nice things to it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. It appears that they are still back on commercial. When they are back, we will let you know exactly what that is for sure. But for the time being, it's a time to go over some things. First and foremost, if you guys like what you were seeing here, there are a few things you can do. We talked about like, shares, and subscribes. But we're also going to talk about comments. So there's a chat section going on right now. If you guys want to drop a line about this right now, the conversation will start is, what has been the most surprising thing that you have seen in the PGF this season? I would love to hear what you guys are thinking and or feeling. And if you guys are having issues on the actual site itself, all good. You can very easily watch along with the broadcast right now, right here. On this channel, all you have to do is become a Jedi member. Now, Raph, it sounds like you're super high when you say become a Jedi member, and I'd say probably, yeah, I think you're right, dude. But yes, Jedi members, essentially the highest tier, you pay for that, and I think that this viewing experience is a little bit better. And we're doing a thing where we are toasting those who get finishes with any regulation, as well as those who actually are, how do I say this? Becoming Jedi members. So if you're either of those people, we're happy to bring you on and give you a toast and shout you out. we still have plenty more action, but just to give you an idea of what the schedule looks like for the rest of the day. So we've made it through 2 of these, the playoffs round 1, the quintet round 1. We're now getting into the Battle-Rama round 1, and then we're going to go right back into the playoffs itself, after which we get into the women's round 1, then the quintet finals, then the women's Battle-Rama championship, then the women's championship, then the men's championship. So we got a full day still ahead of us. You got to pace yourself, everybody. It is a long day of broadcasting and entertainment for your viewing pleasure. So I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Again, just so you get kind of an idea of what's happening here, we will keep you abreast as to how the event is going, but I want to give you a moment to kind of understand where we are on the broadcast. So, in case you were wondering who has advanced, we have a very helpful and friendly graphic that should be able to walk us through some of that. And I'm going to go ahead and put that on air for you guys right now. So that broadcast graphic looks like such. Elijah obviously made it through. He has been a favorite of this broadcast. He is also going to be taking on Nick Cratton, who advanced against Fedor in surprising fashion. Not because we were surprised of the result, but just the way he was able to pull out a submission within a great transition that was happening. So he had a great showing. So those two will go up against each other, and he'll be taking on what many people perceive to be the favorite, which is Elijah Carlton. Meanwhile, Travis Thomas continues his streak of impressive performances. He'll take on the very game and athletic Kamoy Anderson. So that is what is happening after we have this Battle-Rama coming up very quickly. So just so you guys are aware, these are the things that we are looking at as we are playing along here today on the PGF. I hope that you guys are enjoying this broadcast. My name is Rafa Esparza. I do a lot of different things, but I think the most prominent of which is I host a show called The Grappling Hour, and I'm happy to be your guide, your shaman, your dude, whatever you want to call it, who is helping to get you through some of the difficulties that we've been having here today. So yes, there have been some streaming issues, but we're happy that our friends are putting on an excellent event and have been talking to us and giving us news and information the entire day. And when I kid you not, I am telling you that I am seeing so much positive notes and wonderful appreciation to our good friends over in Alabama at the PGF. We've seen some incredible feedback, and I am definitely excited to see how the rest of this day plays on out. So, with all that being said, let's go over a couple things. We can also do this. In case you guys are not following us there, I already mentioned you could follow us on YouTube, but did you know that the Grappling Hour is also on... I mean, that's not the right graphic, legitimately, but I don't know, complain because I'll have you guys going over to the YouTube. I thought that was going to be the TikTok. I was going to say, did you know that we're on TikTok? Well, my stream deck didn't, so we'll see if we can fix that in the time being. The best part of this stream is that you always have surprises that are going to happen. So the best thing you can always do is go with those. There, I see it now. All right, it does look like we're getting back to the action here as Stephen Aiken is very nicely telling us. How about this? Did you guys know that we're on TikTok? Look at that. Simple adjustment at Grappling Hour. Go find us. We're just getting out there in case you like the content that you see, or you liked a couple of those commercials. Those are interviews that I do. I have new interviews going up every single week. And this month, there's at least 8 interviews that are going to be going up on the hi.page/grappling hour. So in case you guys want to go support that, you can go also become a member on my broadcast channel, $5 a month. You see all my interviews 30 days before everybody else. And for a few extra dollars, not as much as Jedi members, you can also check out information and interviews and extra bonus content that you won't see anywhere else, including tape studies, roasting RAF, a segment where people roast my competition footage, and much more. So that is the stuff that you could be seeing if you so choose it. That is hi.page/grappling hour. Become a member and support that team, which is really like me and maybe a couple other guys. That's about it. So that's what we got going on for you guys. We are now at the Battle-Rama, and I am waiting to see the buffer come off a little bit off of this one, but it does look like we are going to get straight to the action. A foot sweep attempt here by the gentleman in the Americana rash guards. So, I'm sorry, the Americana shorts, pushing around some aggressive jiu-jitsu. This blonde dude is just coming after it. Looked for a snatch single, doesn't quite get it. Doesn't even look like he's really going to try that hard to get a takedown here, and is going to do so effortlessly. Looks to already start passing the guard. His opponent, the black rash guard individual, has a underhook, loses the underhook, gets it back. But in exchange for it, does look like he is taking some pressure and eating some there. And the Americana shorts is just relentless with all of this energy now. He's shooting in, and there is a very nice approach here. The thing I'm seeing about it is there may be a guillotine, and for most people it wouldn't look good, but his actually looks great, and he does get the tap here. Excellent work here. Let's go on over and give this dude his props. I want to make sure that we are seeing this. So we're going to give some props on over to Sawyer Griffin. So Sawyer Griffin is going to advance to the next level of the Battle-Rama, and let's give him a toast. This toast goes on out to Sawyer, who comes in with the most pro-Americana shorts I think we've seen in the competition thus far in. Congratulations to you. That's a guillotine that most people can't get. I know for sure I usually don't get it, but you looked really, really good with it, man. Congrats to you. Cheers. And your hair's a little too blonde. You know what I'm saying? Like, ease up on the peroxide, guy. I'm just saying I can't pull off blonde. So we're going to make fun of those who can. All right, Sawyer Griffin, thank you so much. And so his name is Sawdog. And so this is what people are trying to figure out here. So these are the alternates in the Battle-Rama. Amy Stackhouse says, got it on the app. Thank you so much, Amy. Yes, so the alternatives are getting their time to shine. These are people who don't always get the opportunity to do stuff on these broadcasts. But in this particular venture, this week they proved to be kind of useful in this sense, where people could just stay home and be in the competition. And I have to say, I didn't necessarily hate that rule, because it did seem like it was injury based, but the streets be talking, yo. People had feelings about that one. And I was like, I don't know how I would feel. And legitimately, if somebody called me out and was like, Raph, you just did that to stay home, I'd be like, yeah. And however, it did prove to be a little bit kind of a difficult moment, because the team did not necessarily do well with losing those potential points that they could have had. So a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas in those moments for the alternates. But here they're getting a chance to shine, even if they didn't get a chance to have matches. So yes, we will walk you through these alternates. Thank God they get a chance to have a moment in the sun here at this competition at the PGF finale. And I thank you guys for being so patient with working around so many of these glitches with this app that they're using. It just takes a second each time to reset. I almost feel like I have to do it between each match. But we are here. We're getting through it. And there is a heel hook, and it looks good. I think that's a very, very late defense that is happening by the gentleman in the Ghost Rash Guard, I believe. And he is grabbing onto that arm, which normally you need to kind of use like a rope to get toward your opponent and like where their base is. But if you're just using it to stall and out, sometimes you're just delaying the inevitable, because they just have to rechamber. And here it does look like he is keeping the foot away while holding that arm. But, at some point you can swim that arm back out again. And he has. Now it's just a matter of, can he collect the legs? He's getting up. That's good. He is running short on time, because even there, I think he's understanding. And he did just tap. So we did just see a finish in this match. And that would be Noah Randolph. And he just threw up what I think was a 7. I'm not quite sure. But let's go ahead and give him a cheers. This cheers goes on out to Noah Randolph. Congratulations to you, man. What great control that you have when you're working on that finish. Most people would really kind of tense up in that saddle, especially when it looks like they're losing that knee line. But you looked really in control of it. And congratulations to you, sir. Much, much respect. Wow. I'm going to have to watch that one back and try and do that one myself. I see a note that says those are some ex-Marshall shorts. They absolutely are. So we're going back on over to the schedule here. It looks like we may be returning sooner than later back to the main 8. So these are the folks who are fighting to be your PGF Season 5 winner. Your PGF Season 5 winner. Still in contention, Elijah, Nick, Travis, and Kamoy. So those are the folks. And it sees those people are trying to win that championship, trying to become the person that either etches their name in stone or becomes even more legendary. Because if you're Elijah and you win this, you know, you basically come in as the favorite and prove your worth. And I think they were saying this, that he was already teaching a class this week. So it was very interesting to see. It was very interesting to see that he was embracing his kind of status as the elder statesman of the group, the moral compass of the group, which is interesting because if you've ever seen his tattoos, you should know man is not necessarily a compass you should be following. However, saying this, let's go back to this photo. If you're looking, that was Fedor, who looked like he was just about to take his Christmas card photo there. If you're looking over on Elijah, this photo over here looks like he died in a game, like a video game, like on Call of Duty, and we have like an in memoriam kind of a thing. The only thing that's missing from this photo is asking if you want to continue playing the video game. But yeah, dude, here he's looking like lean, strong. He's definitely letting you know he has muscles. Hold on. It's hard to see them though. So it's interesting. Anyway, Elijah has been your favorite throughout this competition. And we'll see if he is able to continue that status as both gentlemen, both him and Nick, immediately go to sitting into guards. And they look like two air pucks on an air hockey table, just kind of sifting around. And floating on the mats. So here's what I would say. If you guys are having any issues on your stream, like my stream just cut for a split second on the stream, just a little bit of buffering. One thing that you can do is you can actually just become a member on Brandon's site. So you become a Jedi, and once you're there, you're able to actually watch the pay-per-view off of that. It usually is a little bit better. I myself ordered it on the app, so I'm having to clear it out and clean it back up. And yeah, it's been a little bit of complications on either way in terms of seeing it. So just making sure that you guys are abreast on these things, because if you are able to watch it, I would love for you guys to play along. All right. Both the gentlemen are seated and butt scooting all around. Nothing super great just yet, but 8:55. Both these gentlemen have had some interesting wins throughout the week. And I mean, Nick has been one of those guys who, the Minnesota Maniac, I believe is his name. I mean, he's been good TV. He's definitely been giving you sound bites. So this is a soundbite versus soundbite. And it's very interesting. They look like two like insects on the ground attacking each other with antlers. Like these are two fire ants fighting with each other. And you can see it just by the way that they're moving their legs. It's almost like a praying mantis going back and forth. And neither of the gentlemen really want to stand up and pass from this point. I think both of them kind of recognize like, nah, I think I'm the better leg locker here. Or I think my entry is going to beat yours. And I think that one thing to Nick's credit is he has seen the guard of Elijah and knows, you know, it's a very deadly thing to get into. A lot of people get into it and they don't tend to get out of it. So it is very difficult to kind of get caught in those moments. So yes, a little bit of back and forth between these gents. And right now, for a split second, Nick looked like he was going to give the leg on over to Elijah, and then opted to kind of slowly take it back from him. So now Elijah getting his first real grip on the leg. Didn't really have it for too long, though. And this is really just a fun exercise in like Jane Fondaing. Like both of these dudes pulling the legs back on over, working on their fitness together. And there's 7 minutes left to go. And I just wonder when either of them is going to commit. Because the hard part is I think both of them understand each other's game so well. You don't want to give the other person that advantage here. It's making for a very interesting back and forth that's happening here. And it's not even necessarily happening with the hand fighting. The hand fighting is like the third aspect of what's going on. Elijah opts to go back to the center of the mats, resets his position, starts to lead out with his his right leg, grabs a wrist. Nick inches up, seeing if he can get an inside pummel. Doesn't really get much from it. The stream decided to freeze for a split second, but we're back on. Elijah now grabbing around the head. And I have to say, if Nick were to get the actual upset here, it would be a remarkable moment. Now, somebody put in here earlier, they said, obviously Elijah's the favorite, but if there was a way to beat him, it would be to game on out to the EBI overtime. And you do start to wonder if that is part of the strategy here. You know, Elijah's so good at talking trash and getting in people's heads. But one thing to consider in this particular vantage for both of these gentlemen is the fact of, Elijah may be looking at a leg sooner than later now. He's starting to get a little more intel on how Nick is able to move back and forth. So between these two gents, the way that they go back and forth, is if you're watching this and you get this idea, somebody in our comment section did say this a little bit earlier. They said, okay, well, let's think about this. Let's think about the fact that one way you could game Elijah is to take him to EBI overtime. Sure, he's the favorite, but in that particular element, he may be vulnerable. And maybe that way you don't have to worry about getting submitted by him. You can kind of go more into an actual shootout from that moment. I gotta be honest, I think that's almost the direction we're in right now, because as you notice, the action has been exactly this. This for 5.5 minutes or so is just a little bit of push and pull where, unfortunately, this isn't really a great match. So we really haven't had a moment to grab onto something just yet. Now Elijah's starting to turn it up. I think it's what happens when, when robots figure out an algorithm. I think both of these gents going back and forth is like, well, I kind of know your movement and I can kind of time out. So in this particular case, yes, Elijah coming in, looking for that leg. Nick inverts, comes out on top. Now is going to be passing from the top. There's 4:27 left to go. So again, this is the tricky part. Elijah looked like he was maybe going to invert, and nope, Nick is seated once again. Elijah grabs the right elbow. His left elbow, and is scooting forward. I mean, the hardest part about the match like this is, these guys have given you highlights throughout the week. So it's not that they're bad grapplers by any mean or measure of the imagination. It's just they're two particular styles playing it in the sub-only version of maybe a little bit safe. And that is akin to something that we normally don't always get in the PGF format, which is normally we get a little bit more action, and especially during the season when you have those 1-minute bonuses. In this particular case, you do kind of see them gaming that. I will say this, though. My screen did stop at 4:20. I don't know if that's a coincidence because of Ghost, but I do find it fairly amusing that this thing just decided at this juncture that it was going to basically stop at 4:20, and I can actually screen grab that so that I can show that to you guys. But how remarkable. And I can't even say what the odds of it are because I'm pretty sure it's fairly hilarious. But I love the fact that my stream decided to not crap out, but definitely have a moment into itself. Right as it was like, hey man, it's 420, dude. I need to take a break. Like, look at this. Of all times the stream was going to buffer for me, 420 it's a little on the nose, I have to say. So I'm just going to say it's dope, you hooligans, you stoners, that happened. But here's where we are. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and have to reset my stream. Give me just a second here. Normally I have it on my phone. But yeah, I think from what we would see in that match thus far in, it does look like we did get a finish of some sort here. And it does look like Elijah did pull off a win. I'm not exactly sure how, but I will find out momentarily. And it does look like it did happen at that time. It's within that much. So it looks like Stephen Aiken is going to get a quick post-fight. I think he is getting a promo for the merch. Was that milk? Like, what is it that he has in his hands? So we'll see if we're able to call this up here momentarily. But PGF finale going on over. Yeah, I didn't hear what he said, but Brandon's smiling, so that could be a number of things that he was talking about. So Elijah does get the submission. He does make sure that he goes to the finale. We will see who will meet him, if it is going to be Kamoy or Travis. So Travis was the number 2 seed throughout the season. It has been interesting to see his journey as well. His arms have been something to contend with. That dude's wingspan is problematic for a number of reasons. Like, every time I look at this dude, I just think to myself, like, damn, I think I would probably get Darst. So I have to say, I've been impressed with what I've seen. This should be an interesting match. If you come in as the number 2 seed, it does look like things may potentially go your way, but I could very easily see Kamoy coming up with some strategies that will basically pull himself ahead. So yeah, Kamoy Anderson is coming in here, and both, like I said, the journey for both of these guys has been very interesting to follow. And I hope that you guys have been following along. If you do like what you're seeing here, I'm going to remind you guys, for the actual broadcast, you can do us a solid. You can give us a like, share, and a subscribe. You could also tell us what you have been enjoying about this. And now, already from Mount here, woo, this is a bad place to start. We saw Max in this position on Kamoy, and he was able to utilize a lot of good pressure on him. In this particular scenario, you are seeing, what I believe, in my estimation here, is Travis not wasting any time and just staying in this position and already making Kamoy kind of feel his weight and have to work with him. You figure after a whole week, being able to chill in this mount is such a power move in terms of, yeah, I just kind of want to sit here and cook you and make you kind of miserable so that you give something up. Because the other thing is, you get into those... You get into those moments where you're just kind of stuck in those elements. You might just be exhausted from it. But if you get the opportunity to work from that top position and you're able to make things work, it is not fun to be there, my friends. Speaking of which, I do want to give you guys just a couple quick updates. It does look like my stream is buffed back into it. But while we watch this match, I want to give you guys an opportunity to kind of see what I have been seeing here, which is, in this particular case, what we have seen in this is the ability for our cameras to get some isolated tracks on things. So I have been seeing a lot of excellent work from our friends on the floor who have been essentially just kind of like kind of man on the street this thing. So they've been giving us views, or they've been giving us kind of some of the best images and whatnot from the actual scenes themselves. So we've been very fortunate to have some of our friends send in some footage and send in some information. And nothing makes me happier than being able to share that. But we are waiting for the result of this match. So you are seeing Kamoy kind of having to work with his back being compromised at this moment. And from this particular juncture, Travis was looking for the back here. Kamoy very much looking for any way to get out of this, and it is not happening for him thus far in. Now Travis maintains that, gets back to the top, and they're going to reset both of these gentlemen back on over to the main mats. So just so you guys know, I mean, that is, it is exhausting to be in that position, especially for that long. Having said that, we are seeing a lot of action all the way throughout the weekend. And I mean, yesterday they had 1 day off. If you think about competing for essentially 4 days in a row and then having 1 day off, it is just a will of attributes that you have to be able to perform for that long and still make something happen. Just, I don't even know that I could be those guys. But what I can tell you is this. So, in this particular note, I want you guys to see what I am seeing here, which is, this is from Ryan Aiken's Instagram. So, just from what he's putting up here, and it says, point of view, your teammate is annihilating the entire opposing quintet team, and you don't get to bang. Bro. So, the ellipsis here is not necessary. I would say this, Ryan. I think probably a comma would suit you better. The bang, bro, is a little bit more Nicolas Cage, if that's the kind of effect you're looking for, which, yeah, that's perfectly fine. But let's be honest. I mean, Kevin Beering was killing it today. So let's give him his props and his due. But that has definitely been something of note to watch. Meanwhile, the PGF actual source itself, if you're taking a look at some of the stuff that they've been putting on their side, you know, you've got Egghead, who's been doing the PGF Insider, which, by the way, looks akin to all of the throwbacks of the way back wins, if you would, of pro wrestling and whatnot. But all of these over throughout the week. Sam Schwartz basically showing the goods here and what he's been able to accomplish. And this dude, I know he works with some friends that I have out here in LA, and this dude looks super strong, but some of these takedowns and effects have been just great. And then you get to see all this. I mean, look at the fact that they're eating like kings out that way. Shout out to our friend, one Mike from Subversive. And then you see Travis Thomas, the 205 men's championship bracket, just announced he'll be competing in that, and not a minute too soon. I mean, that's a good sign right there. So you see some Ghost promoting over this way, and it's letting you know, like, this is what's happening. Brandon McCatherine giving a shout out to Gen X, everybody doing their plugs and their formats. And I just love seeing all the love that this place is getting. Of course, we'll see some women's action a little bit later today, but that is what I've been seeing on my side from the PGF. So we'll come back to that a little bit later. We do have some more footage to show, just in case you guys were wondering. But yes, the stream did just momentarily lapse again for me. We really should be counting the amount of times the stream has crapped out from the main broadcast. I mean, the hard part is, are you guys on YouTube having this issue? Because I am not, or I am. Let me see here. I had to register and try not to be a guest. I see that. I chose jiu-jitsu as the category on the event indicator. It buffers a lot, so it cut back on and off immediately. Yeah, I don't love it. And again, my hope is that maybe so many people are watching it that it's crashing the stream. Either of which, still not the best of answers, but at least one that would make me happy in knowing that my friends are doing well and that it is causing a problem and that we have to look into new issues. But in terms of doing a play-by-play for this, kind of hard. Definitely makes you take a minute to be like, wait, I don't know. Watch. It should just be watch. Pretty sure I already bought it here, guys. Oh my goodness. I think now it's trying to tell me that I didn't pay for it. Yes. Oh boy. That is not going to go well. Yeah, I think it legitimately tried to being like, you want to buy it again? I'm like, bro, I already bought it, man. Yes, all matches paid. Thank you. All right, my apologies for not giving you guys the information, but it does look like they are at a minute 46 left to go in their match. So, Kamoy and Travis still in that issue of going back and forth between all right. I think at this point, the good news is Kamoy is kind of, he rode out the bad start, which was being put in mount. And Travis showing he has some flexibility and like a second trick up his sleeve for this particular juncture. This is good. This is interesting. And if you're Elijah, you're probably super happy this match is going super long. Because now it's just a matter of who's going to win this and who's going to face Elijah in the finale. And, you know, you're thinking like, all right, if Travis is going to face him there, that would be a good match. I would enjoy that. I think the two of them would be good. But if you're Elijah, you're probably feeling pretty confident about your chances. You're probably thinking like, I kind of see something here that I can get in on. I think I can prove everybody right and do that. It just depends. Good close guard action here. 37 seconds to go. If I am Travis, I am 100% trying to finish this as hard as possible because I think you don't want to leave it to chance. I think he's been a little more of the aggressor throughout the match. And Kamoy, you know, if he proves to be hard to get in that EBI overtime, it could be detrimental. You may be just stuck in that moment. Oh, boy. All right. So I think we're at a moment here where this is going to be pretty much the end of regulation, and now we're going to go to overtime. So you were asking about Landon and Travis, correct? If that is what you were asking for, let's just go over a quick little rephrase here. That already happened a little bit earlier, and Travis was able to get by him. So, Garen, that is what happened a little bit earlier, just in case you were wondering. We are currently at the second semifinal in the men's 8-man bracket. And it does look like Kamoy was starting with the back attack. However, before it stopped streaming, it looked like he had a pretty good body triangle there. And as a result of that, he's probably going to have to work a little bit out of it. So I'm not sure. I mean, it is definitely problematic to get out of that position, but it does look like the clock stopped for a split second as well. So I don't know exactly how long it was going on for that beforehand, but I get the sense that Travis is going to be out of this momentarily. You just have to fight off that inside arm grip, and then I think he should be good. He a little bit more of that shoulders to the mat situation, and then we should be at home here. And 3, 2, 1, almost. Ooh. Kamoy switched it on over to a very, very surprising head and arm choke, which may not be bad. So it says 36 seconds. Plus, you give the fact that, ooh, nice buck there from Travis. Travis is going to have to do a lot more to buck out of that, though. Kamoy wants to keep that on as much as possible, and he's getting the angle for a split second. Oh, wonderful play there by Kamoy, who may switch to back again. Okay, interesting. I think right in that position, he may lose it. Damn, good on Travis. I think that's going to be closer to about 107 in ride time. I think that clock was out, so it might be 1 minute 107, 110. somewhere in there, and it said, "How did Travis win? Thank you, Garen." Listen, dude, I don't remember anymore. I'm gonna try and remind you, but it's all blending together now, and he won by submission. Yep, that's what I'm gonna go with. There's been too much jiu-jitsu, dude, and there's been so many streaming issues. I can't tell you with certainty if I actually ended up seeing it. I think it might have been in transition we saw it, and I might have forgotten at this point, but yeah, I don't know. But there's your answer. Huzzah. And Travis looking pretty good, though, on this rear naked choke. At the very least, he has the grip on the neck. However, Kamoy, already starting to escape. Travis has to be very careful. He has a grip under that neck that's good. It's everything else that's slowly, he might be getting Kamoy here. He might actually have it. It's tricky. He's just having to recalibrate, and he is keeping an excellent grip here, and Kamoy in transition gets out of it. Well done. Woo! So, what I would tell you guys is this. We are now on another back take here. This is going to be kind of the make or break. I mean, he's looking decent. It's a good back and forth, but this is what we were talking about. If you were Travis and you looked so good throughout that regulation and you get to the end of it, Kamoy could very well steal it, even though you might have looked a little bit better in the match. And that is always that kind of that fear that people have with the EBI rule set. I think it just takes a minute too long. There's a very interesting crossing of the feet here by Kamoy. He is kind of around the neck, but Travis doing a good job of getting his chest detached from it. So Kamoy's having an issue. He does have a chance here. And just in this turn, Travis is out. I'm thinking if you're Travis, you really have to go for broke because you might be just a little bit behind on time. So this is really going to make it or break it here, friends. Kamoy's body language, though, just looks like he's exhausted, and I get it. Travis is way closer in terms of a grip on Kamoy this time. He doesn't quite have a grip underneath the neck that has proven to just be kind of not a false positive, but definitely something that makes you have to have a pause. Kamoy starting to slide off the thigh. He may be out. He may be out of that move. He is very close. He just needs to kind of get his hip over that thigh. And you know what? That has given Travis some time to recalibrate. He does not have a perfect alignment on this body, but it is still viable here. And now he's putting on some squeeze, and that is enough to make Kamoy have to respect it. He pulls down on the arms, which doesn't quite give him the choke, but gives him the opportunity to maybe start to just flare out. And if you are Travis, you probably want to switch on over that body lock into that head and arm choke. And he has a little bit of a body triangle to squeeze with it. But I wonder how much of that is going to prove helpful here. You really have to stay on there. And Kamoy makes one large explosion, and he does get out. We're going to have to wait on the official time here. I think Brandon is mentioning something on the broadcast where he's saying, like, it seems a little odd that the referee kind of let him out in that position there. So they're resetting now. Kamoy is going to attack the arm here. And it says here from Garen, okay, thank you. Landon is a good friend of mine. It's unfortunate to hear of his fall. I was looking forward to Landon hitting a standing rear naked choke on Carlton in the final. I'll tell you this much. I mean, he had a great performance throughout the week. I don't think there's anything to really be that ashamed of in any sense. So I think it's just more of a got caught today, lives to fight another day. So now they're going on over, and there's feet crossed with Kamoy. And I think Kamoy's trying to tell him you can't start with that genie guard kind of underneath, like the arm defending exactly like that. They're going back and forth on the leg position and where the arm can be. And 3, 2, 1. If you're Travis, I wonder how good you are at getting out of this. Because if you can make good time on getting out of this and kind of make sure your arm is set, you're in a good space. He was using the leg as kind of a bait to kind of shake him off. And Kamoy does an excellent job of cupping underneath both of Travis's legs. He's already built up 20 seconds here, and I don't know how much time he needs to get fully out. Travis is definitely under the gun here. He uses his leg to pummel down on Kamoy's face. He may have an exit out here, but Kamoy once again regrips underneath the leg that just kind of keeps him from finding his motion out. And there is a little bit of a stream issue happening here. Tom Stackhouse, we're going to do a toast to you momentarily, but first, we're just waiting to see how this plays out. There is a streaming issue that I'm having again, so I'm waiting to see where we end up because it is still staccato. It still is stuck in this moment. Not quite where I wanted to be for that, but Tom, let's go ahead and give you a cheers because you got the Jedi package here and I can see it. I'm going to give you a toast. I'm going to say this about you, Tom Stackhouse. Tom Stackhouse is one of those individuals who, if you ever call him, has the answer. What do I mean by that? I mean, listen, dude, we all have those friends that you say, hey, man, I've been having this issue with half guard. And he goes, oh, you need to watch this video. I'll answer everything. Oh, thanks, dude. You watch the video, your jiu-jitsu gets better. That's who Tom Stackhouse is. Cheers to you, brother. All right, it's been over a minute. So we are going to switch on over to see if we can find the footage here. This has been a never-ending back and forth between these two things. And I think it did look like we got a post-interview. Let's see if I have... There we go. So it looks like I think they're going to do a quick interview with Kamoy, and let's hear what our good friend Stephen Aiken had to say with him. So if you hear the pause in that broadcast, I was letting the video play through. And it just... I let the video play through. And the video legitimately just goes, we give up. And right now I'm seeing Travis get his interview, and it's just on pause. So, okay, here we go. All right. So that is kind of the post interview, which I mean, dude, great match, by the way. So at the very least, you do get that. And it does say this: Travis beats Carlton in the final, calling it now. It'll be a heck of a match for sure, but Travis with the win. About that. Eli, unfortunately, it is Kamoy and Elijah in the final. So yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news on that one, my friend. But you're set up for a final now, Elijah and Kamoy. That'll happen in a little bit, but in the meantime, it looks like we will return back to the schedule. Give me a second here to pull this up for you guys to make sure. This is now going to take us back on over to this. We're going to get into the round 2 playoffs, which we just did. Now we're going to be going on over to the women's round 1. The women's round 1, which then takes us into the quintet finals. So, yeah, Kai, thank you for answering that one for me as well. It's you know, it's how the game goes sometimes. Just saying. And I appreciate you guys for sticking through and watching along with us, just so we can give you an updated version of this, because I'm sure you guys want to know exactly what's happening here. This is just so we can kind of prove our work, show our work, like we're in elementary school back again. That way you can kind of see what it is we're talking about here. But yes, this will give you an idea of where we are currently standing at the moment. So yeah, Elijah, he has made his way through. First taking out Sam, then Nick. Now you have seen him make it to the final. Meanwhile, Kamoy Anderson has an interesting match with Maximus, has an interesting match with Travis, and now will be taking on the Jabroni grappler himself, Elijah Carlton, who many, I believe, would think that he is the favorite to win this one. So we'll see how that plays out. It is still pretty much anyone's game at this point, but you do get the sense that Elijah is very likely the favorite in this particular scenario. So just so you guys are aware of that, I would be happy to bring these things to your attention as we continue to watch. And yes, we are returning now back with the ladies, and that is going to be coming back and coming up very shortly. So I hope that you guys are enjoying all of the action that is happening here. But it looks like they're taking a commercial, which is a good time for me to take a commercial. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short little break. We'll be back with some more Grappling Hour coverage. My name is Raph Esparza. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like, a share, and a subscribe. And what we're going to do for you right now, as we let them throw to commercial, is we're going to let you guys see 5 minutes of an interview that I did with a good friend of the show, Joseph Chen. But when you watch those trials, you saw like this kid is coming up even more and more. He's aligned himself for the B team for whatever reasons. I guess we'll find out more here. But you can see instant growth and great talent. Fans of this show may actually recognize him as the Uke who wanted revenge. Give me a second here. Apparently, fun story of doing these things. Apparently, I cannot mute the app. So I've been looking this whole time. Every time I brought up the broadcast, you can't mute the app. It has to play sound. Thus, it was playing 2 different sounds. So we're going to do that video again. My apologies. Thank you guys for working through with us. This app teaches us new things every day. But here we go. Check out this interview I did with Joseph Chen. But when you watch those trials, you saw like this kid is coming up even more and more. He's aligned himself for the B team for whatever reasons. I guess we'll find out more here. But you can see instant growth and great talent. Fans of this show may actually recognize him as the Uke who wanted revenge on his sensei in a WWE BJJ video. So why don't we welcome him, Joseph Chen, and ask with this very first question, Joseph, how did it feel like to be a hilarious contributor in WWE BJJ Week?
That's probably my biggest achievement in life, to be honest. But it's hard to put it into words. I think that's the best statement to sum it up.
So David's way that he told me about it was he goes, hey, it was all Joseph's idea. And I see the video, and then I see that it's mostly an Uke who wants revenge, but who doesn't quite get it the way he thought he would. And I thought to myself, this is a very like pro David's a big, strong dude video. Was that really his idea or your idea?
I don't know. I think just because we came out with a bunch of the videos before, it only seemed like the right story arc. It's like there would need to be some level of revenge, but if I were to win, it's like too much of a typical underdog story. It's too boring. So you got to have that, like, let's say, maybe not anticlimactic ending, but it's a little, I think, comical in a way.
I mean, it was really funny. You guys, you told a big story from start to finish. There was a build, and I got notes from some of my friends who are pro wrestlers who said, hey, that was pretty good. And I got to tell you, when you get those notes, you definitely jot it down. I guess my question to you is, let's start even before that. When is the first time that David tells you, hey, I'm doing these technique videos, they're a little pro wrestling, are you okay, and are you up for it? Like, how does that conversation happen?
So I think this was like the first time I was in Singapore. This was early 2021. And so I was there, and I just got to know him. It was when I was a blue belt, I think. No, definitely. And so we ended up doing these private training sessions in his attic. And then I think he did one or two before me. And it was like BJJ Wrestling Week, I remember. And so he was like, why don't we do a couple? And then we just started brainstorming a couple ideas. I was actually, at that point, I was very like naive to WWE. So a lot of these moves, like I basically knew like an RKO and that's it. So he had to inform me. And so I would ask him, okay, what are some WWE moves you are looking to incorporate? And then we try brainstorm different ways we can use jiu-jitsu to get into those. But it was quite fun, to be honest. But yeah, it was just something interesting to do in the meantime between trainings.
Yeah, you struck me as somebody who actually had a strong grasp of it. So hearing this, I think it bodes well to your jiu-jitsu career because it shows how quickly you were able to integrate things, because I saw you taking moves like a pro. I have to ask, though, was there a move that you didn't enjoy taking? Like, is there a move that you didn't like being on the receiving end? Because everybody likes doing them, and I do them to all my training partners, and they always like the idea of it until they're the person on the other side of it. So was there one or two moves that you go, listen, not my favorite?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily, like, the physical discomfort isn't bad enough so that I don't actually enjoy it just watching it later. So for me, it's all worth it. There's no regret or any, I wish I didn't have to do this. I think I enjoy them all, whether I'm on the giving end or receiving end. But okay. I have definitely done it. Like, it's definitely better, and there's more satisfaction when I do it to a training partner in a live round or something like that. That's the best.
I guess that's a good question to go to now. Now that you become immersed in this world, and I see Craig Jones hitting camel clutches and Boston crabs, I should ask the good follow-up question, which is, are there moves that you now enjoy doing to people having gone through all of that training?
I tell you, the one I probably hit the most is the Boston crab. It's like kind of the most ridiculous one, but there's a lot of satisfaction involved in doing that.
I will be 100% honest to you. My training partners, not fans of the Boston crab, because I think probably more than arm bars, more than Kimuras, it's my most consistent submission. And every single person who gets caught in it literally tells me to go fuck myself and get out. And I tell them, I'm like, if you're doing jiu-jitsu right, you won't get caught. But I have an entry, and I don't know that you saw Cade Rotolo recently at one, kind of got this heel hook, right?
Yeah.
There's a Reap variation that I have that is similar to that. I'm obviously not his level, but for my version, instead of taking that heel hook, I usually use it as an anchor as they turn. And then instead of just taking that heel hook, I just grab, anchor, and then sit back. And the worst is the recognition of I can't move and me going, hold on. And I swear to God, I am the oldest person in the world because I go, oh God, don't move. It's just good. I'm going to get the second leg. So I have a lot of friends who don't enjoy that one. But yeah, I'm glad that has found its way into your training, especially with the type of goons that you are training with now.
For sure. I think for me, the most common entry I hit is mostly off of when my opponent finishes an Iranian off of a shot. I'll look to pick up their feet and then transfer over to that. But I'll have to try from like a leg locking position. I think I know what you mean, so I'll have to try that.
Yeah, I mean, my hardest part here is especially for new students, don't try to reap them. But then these idiots reap themselves, and I go, no, don't do that. Like, you just made this worse for yourself. And I'll tell you one last thing, and I'll send you this video after we do this. But one of my very good training partners, he could see it coming. He knew it was bad news. He put his arm back to get my arm as I have the single leg Boston Crab, and then literally just exposed his heel. So I had a single leg Boston Crab heel hook, and I looked at him, and the worst thing you hear on the video is him going, I made it worse. Crap. And I just thought, this is my new jam. This is what I have to do. Forget a sharpshooter. I might have to keep this one up. So I will say that
the DVD coming out?
Honestly, listen, I'm not your guys' level, but I have 100% had people be like, when I joked, I was like, what would I do? A WWE BJJ seminar? And they're like, would you do it? I go, no, I don't think I could take people's money that way. And they're like, I mean, you're hitting them in real life. And I go, But enough about me. I do want to ask this, though, because one of the jokes I told you when you did the video is that you did the sharpshooter in a way, and it's the one where you cross the legs and you turn them over. But you did it in a way that looked like the old school New Japan Pro Wrestling variations of it. And the thing you did with your face made me laugh so hard. And normally when I see people do my move, I go, no, kid, you pick another move. But I laughed so hard at that. So you have a sense of humor. Where does this goofball funny nature come from for you?
I don't know. Maybe I would assume it stems from my childhood.
Yeah.
I don't know. What type of? I'm not sure what answer to give. Like, all the depression has made me very sarcastic and very. What would be the best word to describe it?
I tell people this. Sometimes you can tell you speak a similar language with somebody when you don't actually know them. I've never talked to you. We've exchanged some messages here and there, but I could see just in the way you were playing it, and even in the way you carry yourself, like the way you take a photo and you like extend this neck out, where I look at it and I go, my man is trying to put Brock Lesnar neck to shame. Like, you have nothing to choke up here. Where does this thing come from? Because even on my best day, I still can't get the look that you get when you make that face.
So actually, it came from at my gym in Shanghai, the one I train at. It's Absolute MMA Shanghai. And I remember they were doing this pose like before, like all the Khabib stuff, and like especially with the Khabib hat. Mm-hmm. And so, because I think the head coach there, Kemal, he's Turkish. So I assumed something about that. There were some Muslims there. So I think at the end of the day, this started being a thing. But then I remember some people were doing like kind of neck thing, but they weren't really flexing their traps a lot. They were like kind of doing like this. And so I believe I was the first one to actually like try like intentionally like flex my traps as much as possible, and slowly it became a thing. And so Kenta, when Kenta did ADCC, in his face off with JT, he did it as well, and I think that was the best thing ever. Like, That was probably one of the highlights of my life. Seeing him like do this facing off against JT, I was like, this is the best shit ever.
All right, ladies and gents, it is good to see you guys. Thank you for the momentary little break here. The ladies have been getting after it. My congratulations over to Kai. It looked like she got hers done in about, what, a minute? If that, 30 seconds? Beast. Love it. Dog. That's what we should have been. I don't know why we weren't saying that earlier. Kai. Dog. Chelsea. Dog. We'll see how this plays out. There's 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. And just to let you know, after this is done, we will be going back on over to, I believe, the quintet finals. So, all right, they're brought to, yeah, both these teams are brought by a ghost. That's a very interesting thing to denote here. So just to let them know, but we want to remind you guys, if you've been having any issues with the stream for whatever reason, or you want to see this and you're joining us, we are doing a fight compendium, which means we are here to give you ancillary or a different version of the broadcast so that we can give you commentary, play-by-play. Maybe you're bored of Brandon and Catherine. You see them all the time on this channel and you want to see me. I don't assume anything. Having said that, I highly recommend that you actually get the version from this channel. So you become a Jedi for what I think it's $29, same price as you would pay over on the pay-per-view. The difference is the version here on the Become a Jedi is actually a version that has not dropped any stream moments that I have seen or heard. The app I have had issues with. Normally I have a preview window above my camera where, like, if I'm doing interviews, I can see my guest. And I had specifically put the stream in there from the app, and the app has been crashing multiple times. So I've had to switch back and forth between the two. Now, I've wanted to show you videos as well, but I can't do it because they keep dropping out. So normally if I have something going on in the background, even as I'm doing something else, I can go, oh, hey, this is what's happening here, and here's what's happening here. So I just want to save you the headache that I'm having, and I think some of the people in the chat have been having. But my appreciation to you guys for working through some of this stuff. Now, I noticed here a couple things. First and foremost, I saw while we were gone over this way that one Hannah Smith became a Jedi. So this cheers goes on over to Hannah Smith. Congratulations to you. You became a Jedi. Now, you have long been a Padawan, but now you're truly the master. So congratulations to you. We appreciate you for supporting Brandon and Catherine's channel. And if you want to support my channel, you can check me out at Grappling Hour on my YouTube page. Over here, it is at Grappling Hour. I very much appreciate all the support and patronage. But let's get back to the ladies over this way. There is a minute 12 left to work, and that is a very nice body triangle. Like, it is tight to the point where I am concerned. Ooh, good isolation here. The arm is trapped. There's plenty of time to work on that chin. And at this point, I have to say, I don't know if we want to call her Cheetah Girl, but Cheetah Girl working real hard to protect herself at this point, and she does have to tap in that moment. So your 10P for L is going to pick up the win here in the women's division, and there's a big hug that happens before she goes to get the hand raised over on this side. So there is that. But yeah, my friends, it has already been a very interesting day, and I appreciate you guys. And I did see here, so Amy Stackhouse is telling us that that is Chelsea getting it done. So congratulations are in order for her. Thank you very much, Amy Stackhouse, for that. I'm going to just double back and make sure I didn't miss anybody, but it looked like Tom Stackhouse was here a little bit earlier. So Tom and Amy, I presume family members, friends, whatever, don't quite know the situation, but thank you for joining us. We appreciate you guys supporting the PGF here. My name is Rafa Sparza, and I am giving you guys a little bit of a different feel, a vibe. You know, that's what the kids are into these days. They're into vibes, right? That's what we're just going to start saying on the podcast. We're just going to start being like, dude, this is all about vibes, bro. No, the interview's vibes. It's got to be the vibes got to be good, bro. If the interview vibes aren't good, I won't do the interview, bro. And let me see what she has to say if I can pick up the audio, which I cannot at the moment. But we are working on that so that way we can here's some of those things. Now, that's a nice little trick that I'm able to do, which is when I am broadcasting it off of the computer, I am able to pick up their audio. So we're going to make sure that we can get that. So that way you guys can at least hear the post-conference moments. Those are the most important things to me. As a fellow interviewer, there's nothing I hate more than whenever people do an interview and they ask terrible questions. Here it's not terrible questions. It's Stephen Aiken, who we love. But I definitely like to make sure that people get their voices heard. So we will be putting that one back on up here in just a moment. So my apologies to those of you who are just waiting this out. But yes, we just finished women's round 1. And, you know, we're only a little bit behind schedule. We're like, we just got back on schedule. Props to us, because I'm going to show you what timeline we are looking at right now. Look at that. 7:30, which is 5:30 Best Coast time. Quintet finals. It means we did it. It means we got back on schedule. I don't know how, but we did. I'm just telling you guys. If you've ever worked production, there's nothing I love more than the moment when you go, are we running late? How did we run late? We were early for 40 minutes. And then things happen. And things always happen. They just do. All right, I'm going to try and exit out of this thing. This app has been an experience into itself. In 20 years, I'm going to do an investigative report just on how to use this app. And I swear to God, it's so funny because myself and a couple of the guys from the PGF, we are very much diligent preparers. So nothing makes diligent preparers more mad than when everything on the stream when you're going live is like, oh yeah, the stream dropped out. I don't know why. Oh well, whoops. Should have thought for that. And you're like, I spent 2 hours trying to make sure it wouldn't drop out, you dicks. All right, looks like we are returning back to quintet action. So I've got that on the preview screen over there. And as you'll notice on this screen, it's still frozen. So we're switching between the two. Thank you for understanding. And more importantly, thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. I'm not going to sing the rest. If I sing the rest, then we got to pay money, I think. And I'm not trying to have that. So, just saying. All right. Match number 1 here. An immediate pull to guard. However, in on a leg attack, there could be a heel hook here. However, a reversal of fortune. So you can't really say Black Rash Guards or Team Ghost here because they're both Team Ghost, I believe, in theory. So, yeah, this is definitely something that we are having to watch accordingly in this moment. Cloverleaf attempt, however, may not have it just yet. That's a bite on one leg. And a slicer is another way to try to get out of it, but it does make sure... Ooh, I know he was adjusting on it, and that is a tap right then and there. Ugh. Good sportsmanship back and forth, though. But Ghost right side, picking up the win. Congratulations to him. All right, they're waiting to do the official hand raise here. So it's going to continue to give us some seconds to kind of go over a few things because the action is going to be fast and furious at this point, friends. It is going to go there. I've heard, yes. Let me see here. 10th Planet Decatur. Here goes the quintet. Big rivalry between Not Bad Combat and 10th Planet Atlanta. We pros. What app to watch? I would highly suggest you go on the YouTube channel. We've been saying that on here for a bit. It says Become a Jedi on here. And it says the YouTube stream has been perfect. Yes, so I hear. Wait, is it not live? It is going on right now. And it says on the live channel if you're a Jedi. Again, can't say it enough. I know how confusing it sounds. If you become a Jedi, then you can watch this show. I'm sorry, what? And how much weed are we smoking now? 5:26 on the clock. Pushing down here, a good grip by the gentleman underneath who won the last match. Excellent gripping, good framing. Still potentially looking for that leg. Doesn't quite get it. Gentleman on top is frozen. We're going to give it a couple seconds, then we'll see if it recalibrates here momentarily. I do wonder how many times this has done this. And it is you. You need the Jedi level. Yes, correct. This is just a watch along. Correct. That is why we put on here PGF season finale Fight Companion. So Fight Companion is similar to Joe Rogan, and I think if you guys watch any of that, you should see the branding that says Fight Companion on there. Usually just means we watch along all together. So, just saying. And it says, yep, we're Daily Stacks people and supporters of so many. Oh, you guys are great. Thank you, Amy. Excellent framework here. Trying to scoop up underneath. Can't quite get there just yet. However, there was an attempt to maybe put the hand down and then pin it with the knee. However, he opts to go back up and suck the legs back. Now instead, he's going to stay putting pressure on top. Noah Cormanos just became a Jedi. Well, let's do a toast on over to him. This toast goes on and over to Noah Cormanos, who's your profile photo, bro. It looks like you are borrowing it from your LinkedIn profile. And if that's the case, it means you make money. And if you make money, dope. Because you just supported jiu-jitsu, and that's why we're going to give you a toast. Cheers to you, Noah Cormanos. And if I'm saying it wrong, it's because I'm saying it as a brown person. So I'm saying the brown version of it. I can't prove that's right. But cheers to you, sir. Thank you very much for supporting jiu-jitsu and our good friends over at BMAX Crew of PGF. So while you're at it, if you guys ever want to join me, you can also join my crew at Grappling Hour over on our Discord. You can always find us. It's at Grappling Hour. It's pretty easy to find. And if you ever have any issue trying to find it, just DM me. I am the world's easiest person to find. You can find me at Grappling Hour on all major social media. Meanwhile, 320 is left to go here, and it's kind of been a battle to see if you can get that leg while having the kind of half guard approach. There's been a few different attempts here back and forth, but still nothing doing. A grab on the back of the neck and an underhook maybe give you a little bit more, but a nice pummel here takes away that butterfly hook's effectiveness. So instead, these two gentlemen are going to be put into this kind of push-pull position here. And so far, if you're the person on bottom, you've already gotten one win for your team. If that's the case, you would love to get a second, but nobody's going to blame you if you take this guy to a stalled out end of this match. Maybe the adrenaline starts to dump off a little bit, and now you're starting to actually get tired. It remains to be seen. So now we are currently at, yep, another stall. Waiting to see it restream back in, so give it a moment. These are always the moments where I hold my breath going like, I would tell you the action if I could see it. There we go. Those long pregnant pauses. I almost think that you guys think I may have a stroke at any time. Like anytime I'm just talking like this and you just see me go, is Raph okay? Yes, it's the stream. All right, 210 still left to go here. Aggressive attempts to take the back and maybe come through the back way. Nothing doing here. This dude is now, I mean, dude on bottom who won the last match. Excellent work all around. Good grip on the back of the head. Uses it to duck down. Pulls him. Has a very good attempt here to maybe offset him. Sneak that leg underneath. I think the person on top knows that's what he is doing here. So instead, he uses it as an opportunity to have an underhook and maybe start transitioning over to mount. It's going to be a very fun fight here because the person on bottom isn't done here. That underhook has been life for him. It provides him the ability. Now he switches it to an overhook, bends him on out ever so slightly, and ever in the moment still tries to figure out how to get some kind of frame. All right. here we go. Last 1 minute. Maybe searches again for that leg, doesn't quite get it, comes back on up. Now is playing from top. Now from here, you get the sense that he might be able to go up a little bit better off of this. And in doing so, finds his neck as a slight entry in. Kind of has, ooh, that was a nice attack. That was a good sneak attack there. There's 30 seconds left to go. Unless something major happens here, I think we're going to end up having a tie. And so that kind of draw is going to get both these guys eliminated from their version of their team. More to come, guys. Thank you for watching. My name's Rafa Esparza, host of the Grappling Hour, walking you through the action here at the PGF finale. And I see here Jacob Kramer says, let's go Moose. Interesting. We get a finish here. So is this the Moose kid? Is that what it is? That? Oh, yeah. I don't know all of these people all that well, but I do know that the gentleman by the name of Moose was incredibly beloved, and it is hard to tell if it is a moose without his antlers. So thank you for that. If you did let us know that, Jacob, I appreciate that very much. And right as it does that, it stalls out, so we wait for it to reset here momentarily. While we do that, we do some checking in here, and it says, yeah, just let it know. Check the channel. That isn't him. Thank you. Okay. Like I said, I thought Moose looked a little bit different here. This was just a general Jacob Kramer saying, let's go Moose. Just period. Got it. Noted. I'm just going to start yelling Freebird as well. Figure, since we're all just in the amount of yelling shit, I'll just start doing that too. Okay. That is streamed. Stopped. Reset again. We're going to call it back up here momentarily. And as we do, I'm going to say thank you guys again for watching. Appreciate you guys. And since we have a moment, if you guys want to support us, you can go check out our Spotify page. Now, on our Spotify page, that's just kind of an extension of the show. In case you guys want to hear the audio versions, all the episodes of the show will be up very, very soon. We are actually in a process of getting all of those up in the very near future, and I'm very excited to have those. Just for those of you who always ask, they're like, is there an audio version of this? And I go, yeah, kind of. It just takes a minute to get them all compressed. Oh, we are well into that next match. Tight. Good to know. Already 2 minutes into that match. Thanks, internet or app. All right. Short hair and shorter hair. I don't know which is which at this point. But you've got two gentlemen here fighting for hooks. At the one point, the gentleman underneath was looking to try and get the underhook pummel here, but the gentleman up top, excellent pressure, beautifully using his chest to kind of create a little bit of blockage for those frames. Now, republing down, uses his hips to kind of create a little bit more tension to get past a little bit here. And I mean, he's definitely digging the hips in as much as possible. So now he's going to stand back up, start addressing the legs. He's going to throw one of them back and forth to see if maybe he can side to side this one. And instead, he opts to start going on over to the weaker side, takes a moment, and now they're at a game of mercy. So very interesting back and forth between these two gentlemen already so far. Now we have kind of a reversal of position here. So just in case you guys are wondering, yes, this is the PGF finale day. It is very cool to see you guys joining us. So far, so good. That is a very good bite on that leg. He opts to go on the outside. That is an aggressive heel hook. And oh, man. Yeah, that's a rough one to watch. Jesus. Ooh. It's tough. It is tough to be in that position. Here's the reason why. You get one of those moments, your leg, it's what you're basing out on. You have a short amount of time. If your opponent has not attacked that heel hook, you only get so much time before you can actually move. You want the person to initiate it so that way you're kind of rolling out of it. In that particular position, that attack happened so aggressively, there was no time to roll out of it. And you could see his opponent hobbling, and I hope he's okay. It's tough to watch. So speedy recovery to that young man. Just it's so weird because your leg is safe for what feels like a good amount of time, and then all of a sudden it's not. So if you're the teammate of that gentleman, you're 100% now watching this thinking like, okay, it was one thing to get into leg entanglements before, but now we got to be real cautious about where we're going and what we're doing with this guy. So anyway, just so you guys know, we appreciate you guys. I hope that you guys are watching along on the main broadcast as well. There is a seat to guard here, and given that that dude had a really good break the last time, what makes you think he's not going to break it here on this one? He is working on a footlock. I thought for a split second he had a tap here. The switch in camera angles means, oh, fuck, it's freezing again. I think he did get a heel hook here, if I am going to make any estimations. But there is a freeze on my broadcast. Let's see if it gives me the main footage corrected here in just a second. I know what I want for Christmas. I want an unbroken stream. That's what I want. Yep. You guys can get it for me. Under my stocking, please. Oh, he did not finish the heel hook here. Yes, the stream came back on, so I'm probably on a little bit of a delay past you guys. But now he ends up in guard for good measure. So, from this particular standpoint, I'd like to see a clock here that would let me know how much time we have exactly left in this particular moment. But that's a really good bite there, man. What a beast. What a way to really get in there. So just to remind you guys, if you like the show, you can also check us out. We're also on Threads. Do you guys thread? I know that some people use it and some people don't. I really don't care if you use Twitter or that one. Just pick one. Right now, Threads is nice to us, but we've had some really good views on Twitter, so I'm not going to complain at the moment. So either way. All right, you guys, continuing on, these two gentlemen. Oh, the clock was my fuck up. It's all right, man. Just making sure. It's just hard for me to get a sense on perspective, especially when, the hard part is you're trying to pace yourself for both yourself, and now you have a team. So sometimes if you're in a choke for 20 seconds, you think to yourself, I mean, nobody wants to tap in this particular space, but ooh, that's a solid start. Yeah. I think this dude is not going to put any regrets into any of these leg locks. He is putting his whole body. Now he's starting to stretch the hips. And as he starts to get loosened up here, he's pretty much going to rechamber this. And now there's almost a scissor that happens with the feet on the neck that I think is just as bad. Like at this point, this dude's firing from all angles. But yeah, I don't love this for this dude. He is a little high on the leg, so if he rechambers and gets it down, yep, that should be pretty good here. This dude, oh man, his opponent is now trying to re-grip his leg. I think if he changes the angles in which he is hipping up, I think he actually could finish that. I think the weird part is he's going to switch on over to a heel hook again, isn't he? Or is he going to change that to a knee bar? It's almost that heel hook knee bar deadly combination. He still has it and he's not giving it back, and I do definitely want to know how much time here because that is tight. However, his opponent gets out of it. Congratulations to him. That was a very bad moment there, and we've seen what that dude is capable of. When he just gets that glimmer in his eye, he gets that kind of like serial killer moment where he goes, yeah, I think I'm going to finish this. I think I'm going to break somebody's leg. You have those 20 seconds of remorse. You think about it, but excellent side control pass that gets regurgitated into a guard here. So excellent work all around. Woo! And now, nice little aggressive push. Good on him. Yep, gets out of that butterfly hook and could potentially be in on a head and arm. I don't know how much time we have left, but he's close. Now going for that punch choke. Kind of register is probably not going to work here in this particular moment. And for a split second, his opponent wanted to maybe get up, but he's just kind of putting that shoulder of justice. Now in full mount, putting pressure down on him. I think I saw him try to go for that punch choke earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of throws that up for a little bit more funsies as he is going on. But, ugh. Now he does look like he might have an attack on the back here. That's an interesting transition because I didn't see that coming. I could easily see if he was initiating it and wanted the back, but for a split second, it looked like his opponent was lifting his shoulders off the mat in a way that was giving the back. Now from here, holding him down, high mount, maybe kind of mid. No, instead stays there. He has the arm isolated, goes to get it around the head, and right back to that kind of punch choke. And there's a little bit more urgency from his opponent on the bottom, who now is using that maybe as an opportunity to take the back from there. Woo! Is he going to be able to be flexible enough to get this triangle over it too? Time. Want to know the time. Oh, and he busts out of it. Wish I could. All right. Back to classic control on that pressure pass. I mean, here's the good news. If we're talking quintet, this is somebody whose momentum you want to stop. If that dude fucked up your buddy in the previous round, yeah, you kind of need to stop him, dude. You don't want any more destruction. So, yeah, I think it looks like they have... Nope, they didn't. That was just an exhausted look from his face. Right back to the punch chokes. And looks not fun. Oh, God. Yeah, this is all just grit and a lot of it in the face. Eek. And yeah, he rolls out of it. For a split second, it looked like there was a potential transition to take it back, but it was just a half second too late, which now brings this dude up top, and he definitely wants to look for one of those legs with just a few seconds left to go. You almost get a sense of when people are that out of it, they go to their best recourse, which is usually, if you're him, you probably think it was probably the attack on the legs. So, damn, bro. All right, they return back on over. I like when you see the people on deck just starting to get loose and ready. But now they announce both these dudes are eliminated because they couldn't get submissions. Oh, this is Ryan Aiken who's about to come on. Oh, God. Talk about not a good day at work. Yeah, Ryan Aiken is already a hard enough dude to roll with. He's coming in like as the third competitor for one of the teams of Ghost, and you just think to yourself, yeah, I don't want to. This dude's been killing it on all of the opens, on all of the ADCC competitions. He is a combat jiu-jitsu winner, just all around tough guy to kind of box in. And if you're not smart, this dude could very much run with the whole tournament. All right, now in the mount position, Ryan Aiken already looking like he's starting to kind of show you, telegraph where he wants to go for the beginning of the end. Isolating the arm, brings up that knee. And dude, just because his body's so long too, like sometimes when you see somebody setting this up, once they get a certain grip on you, you look at it and you go, how did I end up in a body triangle? How did I end up in a triangle? Why did I die? This is not fun. Yeah, Aiken's he's a very strong dude too, which I know doesn't make any of this any less fun. Like, every time you see him rolling with people, you just think to yourself, you're like, I'm just glad that's not me, man. Like, it just feels like an experience that you leave 0 stars. Like, if you go on a Yelp review of rolling with Ryan Aiken, it probably is like, would not recommend. And with that is going to, I believe, bring in a 10th Planet Atlanta win if he gets this finish, and it looks like he's just short on it. And he has the back take. Ooh, worse. And he's underneath the chin. He's here. And I think it's just a matter of seconds at this point, and his opponent is about to just get that tap, and congratulations are in order, it would appear, to the good folks of 10th Planet ATL. So, what a day, man. Oof. 10th Planet ATL stand up. I wonder if we will be getting an interview. Let's see what we have to say here at this point. So it looks like they're now bringing out the teams for a nice little team photo. Yeesh. All right, the teams are taking their photos. Good on them. Congratulations on over to 10th Planet ATL. Very happy to see those gents get their due. And it says here, you have to become a Jedi member to watch the stream. Everyone here, show the channel for the 8. I can't say it enough. If you guys want to get on board, you definitely want to watch this and see what's going on with the stream. And it does look like Applegate is talking. Slight pause on the broadcast, giving them a second to see what happens. You guys are hearing it the way I hear it, which is Applegate was talking. Now he just looks highly confused. Not his fault. Stream just paused him on the section where it looks like he's... There we go. There is another pause on that broadcast. Waiting for it to uphold. It's so weird because you would assume this is the easier part for the broadcast to, like, for bandwidth, for it to be like, it's just the talking part. We just need the talking part here. And really, I'm pretty sure the Applegate is saying no more than 2 minutes of anything in the interview. So this board thing is just like, dude, I'm just trying to stream this. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. It's the Slurms McKenzie of apps. It's just so tired of partying. Well, while we wait for that to get its shit together, are you watching on the app? Yes, I am. I have been watching on the app the entire time, and it has been a nightmare and a half. But I would tell you this. I would tell you that at least I have heard very little, if zero, complaints from those who are watching on the YouTube stream. And I don't know exactly why the app has struggled in this sense. Sometimes things happen. It's hard to make things work on the fly. But for whatever reason, if you're watching on Brandon McCatherine's channel, I think you've been all right. So BMAC's channel has been sounding and looking good. But yes, I've definitely been trying to do as much here on my side. So with that done now, let's look at a few things. We have 3 matches left. Well, let's go see what they are. And I want to go ahead and start trying to get this. I'm going to go ahead and kill that. We're going to redo the Fight Scout app. And thank you for letting us know that, or reminding us that. Let's see what it says here. PGF finale. All right. I'm going to call it up. All matches. We are getting very close to the end, but in case you were wondering where we are here, there we go. So it looks like the final, they are starting to hype up right now. It is the Battle Rama Championship, the women's Battle Rama, and then the women's championship, followed by the men's championship. So we're very, very close on this point. Very stoked to see you guys watching along and enjoying along with the action. So if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, hints, allegations, hit us up. But it looks like they're taking a short little commercial break, which I think we're going to follow in suit. So hang tight. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short little break. And when we come back from it, we will kind of finish out the show, I think. But in the meantime, I hope that you guys enjoy what we've got cooking for you here. For the Grappling Hour commercials, we're going to show you guys an interview that we were able to do with Max Hansen. Max Hansen has been killing it recently. What is this dude? Like a 3-time champ in multiple organizations. So check out my interview that I did with him here. And then when we return back, we will probably finish out what we got going on. My name is Rafa Esparza. Thank you for watching. We'll be right back. I decided to bring on for the very first time, Max Hansen. Max, how you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, bro. Thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, of course. It is a pleasure to meet you in person. I guess I have to ask the question, why 2 title defenses? Why not just kind of drag this out? Like, you don't have to put both on the line on the same day.
So, yeah, that's a good question, man. I honestly have a philosophy with competitions. Like, whenever I don't like going to a competition thinking that I'm just gonna I'm gonna destroy everyone and I'm gonna win. Otherwise, I shouldn't even compete in the first place. I want to go in with like a little bit of doubt, a little bit of anxiety. So with this one in the finishers, I've been competing in so many EDI events, whether it's Midwest finishers, Zapatero finishers on the East Coast, like the one I just did. That for me, it was just like, okay, one fight, I could do that, but I've been doing that so much. Like, let's just get the 2 fights and see. Like, it's kind of like a good challenge to myself because after you win the one title, you get like kind of this high, and then you still have to stay focused the whole time. So for me, it was more of just like a personal challenge. If I can stay focused that whole time and not really get off task, even if I got one really cool finish, the last thing I would want is to kind of get out of that headspace and then get starched in the second match. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, no one really cares that you won the first match. So it's just kind of like a personal challenge thing. I think you should only compete if you think there's a good chance it might not work out for you.
That's fair. That's a very interesting approach, but it also begs the question, like, what if something happens on the first match and the other dude's like, hey man, so do you forfeit? Because I would tell you how I would be. The ultimate heel version of me is like, well, he can't compete. That title is now mine.
Yeah. I mean, if something happened, I would have had to forfeit, but I was pretty adamant that I wasn't going to get hurt or anything crazy like that. With my jiu-jitsu, I try to train and roll and compete in such a way where keeping my body pretty safe. So even if I lose or get tapped out, I don't think I'm going to come out with an injury unless I'm just being stupid and I eat like a fucking ankle lock or something and let my shit break. But usually I'm pretty good about that at this point.
I think that just reinforces my thought that you would show up hobbling to your next match and just be like, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's the nature of the sport, bro. You can eat a few ankle pops, bro. You can eat a few ankle pops. Yeah, the knee's a little different, but ankle, you should be good.
I love that this sport convinces us that things that go snap are just like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's all good. That's old me problem. That's a problem for me 20 years down the line. Old Max is going to be like, fuck you, young Max, fuck you.
Well, as someone who's probably twice your age, as Ghost of Christmas Future, I can tell you it does not get better. And
no.
There are some random days. So a recurring joke we've been going over. I'm a huge pro wrestling fan, but I recently had a competition where somebody E Honda darted and shot in on me, and we hit the
Right.
table, but I didn't go through the table. And so at first I was really disappointed. And then I was mad because we didn't have a good angle on it. And then I got like what I called the old person injury, which is like when my like hip hit the ground, I got like glutes that were like flaring at that time. And they're like, "Do you want to keep going?" And I was like,
Yeah,
"Fuck
yeah.
yeah." Well, dude, I didn't do that for nothing. So now we're there. So, yeah, when you're like, injuries, they come and go. And I'm like, yeah, pretty shittily though, that when somebody's asking like what's wrong with you, I go, just being old. Like, I'm
Yeah.
functionally fine. This just sucks. And yeah, we're gonna keep going because this dude was a dick and tried to take me down. So fuck this guy. So
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
a
In the
lot of the
moment,
guy.
you want to keep going.
What's that?
In the moment, you're gonna keep going, but you're gonna feel that shit later, bro, for sure.
Here's what exactly happened. The ref asks, "Are you good? Can you keep going?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, we're fine. We're fine." And then like a
You're like,
minute,
I'm not fine.
the match and the adrenaline wears off. They're like, "Ref, how are you feeling?" I was like, "My ass." Oh god. And they're just laughing at me, and I go, yeah. So I've been, a couple of guys have been roasting me about that back at my gym, and I've laughed profusely because I'm like, yeah, dude, I mean, sometimes shit happens, so it is what it is. I want you to tell me a little bit about both of those matches, because I'd like for you to describe, in case our viewers didn't see it, I'd like you to tell them what happened and which weight classes, because what, you're a buck 55 when you're competing normally, correct?
So yeah, I walk around at like 163. So I'm kind of in between 155 and 170. And the thing is, I don't know why jiu-jitsu athletes. I think they should just take the weight cuts more seriously and the nutritional fact more seriously. Because, for example, my coach Dante Leon, he fought Ethan Carlson, who's number one. It's a day before weigh-in. So realistically, you could actually cut 10 to 15 pounds, especially with like an IV rehydration, quite easily and with no ill effects. So I did MMA before jiu-jitsu, and that was just kind of always in my head. Like, if it's a day before a weigh-in, bro, I'm cutting like 10, 15 pounds easy. For this, it was like a 7-pound cut. So that's a walk in the park for me, man. That's just a water load and like one sauna session. I'm on weight day before. So that's kind of easy.
All right, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching along. My name is Raf Esparza. I appreciate that you guys are here. It's been a blast watching along with you guys. While we've got a second, let's take a moment to really chat here, guys. Like, let's get to know each other. What are you guys into? What are you watching? What's on your like Spotify playlist? What are you watching on Netflix? You good? Ah, shit, I'm so out of focus. I'm so pissed. I think that thing was like, no, dude, you got to stay back there. You can't go up this way. All right. So while we're here, we have a few moments before we get back to the action. Looks like we're about to clean things out momentarily, but while I have you here, a few reminders. Number one, if you guys want to check me out, I'm over on Grappling Hour on YouTube. You can also check me out on Instagram, and the love and support there is always great. You can go on over. It is at Grappling Hour on all of these institutions. Follow, get the notifications. It helps. It really does. You can also check us out if you're an old person on Facebook. That's our demo. We got old people. We love old people too. They're around. If you're a young kid, I hear you like the Twitch. And if you like the Twitch, you can check us out. We do have Grappling Hour on there as well. So we broadcast all those channels. If you're a wordsmith and you like listening and talking and all that sort of stuff, you can check us out. We have our brand over at Grappling Hour on our Twitter page. And then we also got on the whole like threads thing, because I thought that would go over my head. But yeah, this whole threads thing, I don't know if you use it. I don't really care, but we're on it. So go check us out there. And if you guys like the audio versions of our podcasts, we're going to be spending more time bringing our whole library onto our audio version. So that means Spotify, Grappling Hour, 5 stars, please. And if you want to go over and over to Apple, you can check us out at Apple Podcasts, 5 stars. And if you guys like to continue the conversations that we have on this show, you can go on over to our Discord. You can hit me up. It is at Grappling Hour. We make it as easy as possible to find. And if you're so inclined, we've started putting some of our clips now on our TikTok page. So just so you know, literally every form of social media at Grappling Hour if you enjoy this sort of stuff. If you don't, I get it. But let's say you like 2 out of 3 of those. Pick the 2 out of 3 you like. And just letting you know, we're on all of them. And if you really want to support people, check this out. This is what I'm going to do. If you really want to support the show, you can go on over to hide.page/grappling hour. So that is my channel, and we do a thing where if you pay $5 a month, you see interviews 30 days before anybody else. What kind of interviews, you ask? Well, literally just like one you saw with Max. And I'm pretty sure we're one of the first people to really interview Max. And you can also check out those interviews with ADCC trials winners that are coming up. So that means Alec Enriquez, Paul Ardea. You've also got friends like Jenna Bishop. We got JJ Wilson. We got UFC fighters, LFA fighters, MMA fighters, grapplers, you name it. Everybody and their mom is on this show. We have interviewed just about everybody under the sun. So check it out for the ADCC stuff. And if you want to pay a few extra dollars more, and let's say you want to give some nice money to your good friend Rafa Esparza, you can check out the show. And for a few extra dollars, you can see tape studies with athletes breaking down their matches. You can see people roasting my competition footage. And you can also check out a segment that we do called Minisodes, where we talk to people about steroids or athletes who they've respected competing against the most. So we have a little bit of everything on our show, and it really would mean a lot to me if you just go on over and you become a member, whatever you can do. And you can also on that page give us a donation if you liked what you've seen here today. Now, of course, the real emphasis is the athletes themselves because we have wanted to get them paid. So if you're watching the main broadcast, get those QR codes and give the people that you've been really impressed with today a nice little tip. Like, give them some money for the hard work and the dedication that they put in here today, because we've seen some truly stellar and great moments from everybody in this playoff series. So that's what we got going on. I'm pulling up the app right now to hopefully make it through the next few matches easily, I'm hoping. But we are going to get through these last couple matches all together, and I thank you guys for joining us. But yes, we are right over here, and I believe we are at the... What is this? What do we call this? This is the... What is this? The Madana Ramba round? Is this the Bangarang round? Let's see what they call it on their little PGF thing. I think on the schedule they call it something else. We're just going to call it the Bangarang round. I like that name better. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. And you got Sawdog over here who made quick work of his opponent in the last round. And you got another gentleman over here who's competing in what looks like kind of like short versions of ski pants at this point. So those two gentlemen are closing us out and helping us get through the ends of the day. But just to remind you guys, we have all this and more, and I'm so stoked that you guys are joining us for these last few minutes. And please feel free to talk to us in the comment section. I have been doing my best to survey those comments and bring the best of them into the broadcast as we have been watching along. So, Battle-Rama, that's the one. So, yeah, Sawdog in ex-Marshal American flags, and this is Battle-Rama. Battle-Rama. Still going to call it Bangarang. So in the Bangarang rounds, we're essentially seeing two gents pushing each other so far back and forth, and I'm seeing, though, Sawdog looking to see if maybe he can get an entry here. I don't imagine he's necessarily even going to need to shoot. He can get one of those snatch singles just from the look of it. Getting his touch in to get the feel, backing up ever so slightly, looking to see if he can get a commitment out of here. Stutter steps between both of the gentlemen and just kind of throw-bys here. We saw a lot of these, like what they called, I thought, the Jacksonville throw-bys or something throughout the week. That was very interesting to watch throughout the competition. Now that both of these gentlemen are kind of bearing each other and just go, ooh, that was a very, very aggressive collar tie there. Nice little shuck over on that side by Sawdog himself, as he looks like he wants to push him into the referee, and his opponent starts putting his hands down. There is a little bit of a height differentium between these two. So if you're watching this, it is interesting to see how they go back and forth. I do love the way that Sawdog also attacks that leg. He kind of chips at it, almost like he's looking for a little bit of a takedown off of this. So good back and forth between the two of these gentlemen. 7:28 left to go in this one. And you were saying Noah Randolph. Thank you for that. Appreciate that note and his name. It took me a minute to remember him from earlier in the day because we've also seen, I think now close to 20 hours of grappling. I think we're officially going to hit that window, guys. throughout the week, it's been a lot of grappling and getting to know some of these guys. And that's one of the things is I think that you have to appreciate about the PGF is you don't just watch these people compete, you get to know them personally. Like the post interviews, yep, it just froze. The post interviews that they do has been so fascinating because they explore these athletes in ways that I don't think you necessarily see on any other broadcast. So I've been very pleased to see how that goes. And yes, this is the battle of the alternates. So Battle Rama, I think, is why they call it that one. I call it Bangarang because better branding. Get like the winner, everybody has to yell out Rufio. That's why dude's a marketing genius. Just saying right here. Last few minutes of action here, though. 6:35 culminates a lot for these guys. If you figure you're the alternates, you definitely want to make a good statement. And it makes you wonder what exactly, you want to see in the future seasons. Maybe this is one of those opportunities that you get this platform, you get the opportunity to show every one of those trips, and then the push just to kind of secure it even more. It is interesting to see, from a couple weeks ago as well, we went from people running outside of the mats and essentially having full-blown matches to having to center yourself. So watching athletes have to kind of return and bring themselves back into the middle of the mats is fun because they're policing themselves. They're essentially telling themselves, we should stay here, stay in this pocket, as opposed to going back on over that way. Goes again for that outside trip, doesn't quite get it. So he's been lacing that very nicely throughout the day. I've seen him do it a few times now, and it's intriguing because when you hit it, it's definitely off-putting to the point where your opponent gets taken down. Like I said, I just felt like this dude's snatch single game was going to be high. I mean, he definitely has a good sense of his reach and his length. And so when you're that tall, you almost don't even need to shoot aggressively. You can just be like, and I've got your leg. And now he's working from inside of the guard, which actually has not been a bad moment so far for his opponent. So Noah now working from inside the guard, kind of trying to get some grips underneath. He is very far to the edge, though, so I do wonder if he is starting to take that into consideration as to how much this may or may not impair his ability to move from this moment. So from here, he looks to scoop underneath a leg, one of the very long legs of Sawdog himself, does not get caught up in it. And it looks like they're just short of saying hi to some of the competitors who are just chilling over on these chairs. I love it. This has been a very good moment for both these guys. Sawdog has looked good. And if they are going the full 10 minutes for the EBI kind of moment, I mean, it will be also very interesting to see how both these gentlemen approach their EBI overtime should we get to that opportunity. We're coming up on this. I want to say thank you guys again for watching. Appreciate you guys. Way you can support either myself or BMAC down this way. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good jazz. And if you guys really want to become really good members here, go become a Jedi. That's what I'm saying. That's what you want, that Jedi tier. That's the good stuff. Pummeling from inside of the guard, Sawdog. Ooh, Noah giving a nice little preview of his ability to kind of play a little bit higher guard. So he thought for a split second he was going to show off a little bit of that 10th planet flexibility. Doesn't quite get it. Now both of these gents kind of getting ready to kind of show us what's happening at the very end of this match. I do wonder, I mean, if you're an alternate, are you tired? How exhausted are you? Is it still taxing to be there? I mean, you don't have as many adrenaline dumps throughout the week as the rest of the guys. So now you get this stage, you're kind of like, damn, dude, I only feel like I was just getting warmed up comparatively. Then again, you consider this. At different tournaments, you only get a one and done, or at least these guys, you kind of see them multiple times per night. It's just whenever you're at one of those events where it's been a week-long journey, it's a secondary factor in this whole thing. Like your jiu-jitsu is one factor, obviously, but it's also how do you perform with multiple matches, injuries, sustained anything else, and you can't let your mind wander. In a couple matches that we've seen here, even today, we've seen a couple of these gentlemen get to the point where they go, My brain literally stopped for 2 seconds and I got submitted. That's all. Like, quickly those future plans kind of like change. 233. And I have to say this, if you're Sawdog, you probably want to try to make a little bit more of that posture. I don't think you want to stay in that guard forever. I think the longer you stay in the guard, it does seem to sway more in Noah's favor, just because he seems so comfortable in this position. And even though he's dead tired too from having to work, I think he's in a place where he's like, dude, I can keep you here all day if I want to, because it doesn't look like you're trying to posture up. The minute you posture up, it looks like I'll give you a leg or something for you to kind of take advantage of. So I think those are the kind of mini wars that are going back and forth between both of these guys. He pushes him off with 2 minutes left to go. They're going to return back to the center where it's going to be stand up here. And again, now we'll see how much energy in the tank Sawdog has. Noah had those opportunities, and I think he kind of realized, he was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to break his posture down any further from here. Even though his posture is down, it's not like he was able to isolate and start attacking. And with 2 minutes left to go, you probably figure, all right, how much energy do you want to conserve, and how much energy do you want to put into getting that finish? And maybe, just maybe, there's a strategy in saying, like, let's let him burn some energy too. Maybe we could have just been here and stalled out the time. Lord knows that's a jiu-jitsu tactic. But instead, both these gents standing right back up. And if I'm Sawdog, though, I think it's interesting because, you know, you kind of know how he likes to play to that outside with getting that sweep around that leg. If you already know that that's what he's doing and you realize that his shot that he got was just the snatch single, maybe he doesn't want to get that single. Maybe he's tired enough. He feints that little knee drop right there, but it doesn't really show any more effectiveness than to just kind of telegraph, I could do this. So that's an interesting approach on that side. Moving back, these two gents have very, very, very short time now. 48 seconds are left to go in this match. And you're seeing them position themselves back, forth, making it go. We'll see how this plays out. Nice arm drag just on the flyby there. Sawdog and Noah likely to go to overtime from the look of it right now. We'll see how it plays out. We're very short on time. 20 seconds left to go. I think you're going to see Sawdog. Ooh, interesting that he didn't try that until the last 20 seconds. That little inversion, a little Imanari roll that he was doing. And instead, it's waiting for it. It paused on me. I think that means it's a likelihood that we are going to see these gents going into their overtime together. All right. Good time to remind you guys. Let's go ahead and do some plugs. Facebook. That's the one I'm going to pick right now. Join us on Facebook at Grappling Hour if you like us. Even if you don't, say some disruptive shit. That's good engagement for me too. All right. That's that. I'm going to have to reset the stream once again. Oh, Fight Scout. Oh, I won't miss you. So close to being done with you, Fight Scout. Oh, I say that, and then all of a sudden I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else streams something on Fight Scout, and then I gotta use it again. But for the time being, yes, we are in overtime. There's a minute 36 of ride time thus far in with Sawdog on the back, and Noah doing his best to get out, and he does make it to his back, and that will be enough to reset the position. All right. With that in mind, we now get Noah's attack. I think Noah's a little shallow on the back, but we'll see if he's able to make up for it. He has one hook in, the second hook, slowly making adjustments. He has an inside body triangle here, and Sawdog is trying to attack that leg. It's just, it might be actually tying him more into Noah at the moment, unfortunately. Because I know that people like to do that defense, but it's usually when they cross the feet in front. This is more of an inside body triangle where that free leg, it kind of traps you a little bit more, unfortunately. Ooh, and Noah does a great job of retaining here. Noah may be in on a choke. Cameras are zooming in as close as possible. He resets the body triangle. This is bad. This is not great for Sawdog. Sawdog is in trouble in this position. It's 48 seconds. It's not to say that he's going to be finished here, but this is a lot of favors that are now going in Noah's direction. And that is probably one of the best things that Noah has done this entire match. His body position is good. He can basically ride him out here for the full 2 minutes, which would put him ahead in terms of ride time. We'll see how this continues to transgress here, but he has got a very solid grip to begin with. And I have to say, that body triangle right around that waist, that looks real tight there. That is not fun. You're seeing Sawdog trying to use every bit of power he's got to get out of this. And he has not quite broached that break just yet. But if he can turn from the inside here, and he did not, he doesn't get the turn. Minute 40 has now surpassed in this overtime time. However, there's going to be 13 seconds before they get a reset. But that's going to give Noah a 1 minute differentium in terms of times. So it's a very solid pace. Noah looks a little tired, but understandably tired. Sawdog's going to elect to take the back once again. Gets one hook there, second hook in. Noah leans forward. A very smart choice. That's a guy who's very well researched on his EBI overtime. And he tries to make his escape, doesn't quite get there yet. There is a body triangle, but there's a reframe on the body triangle as they are both turning in and away. Here's what I like. I mean, Noah is definitely trying both sides on the escape. There's the in and out. So in a sense, he was basically starting one direction, then goes for a misdirection. Who was right on top of him? Sawdog. Sawdog saw where he was going and stayed in the motion the entire time. So that's a very interesting back and forth between those two gentlemen. So been very pleased to see how that goes. My appreciation to all of you who are watching and staying with us right now. And yeah, look at that. I love that. Let me see here. Battle, there's something like $500 on the line. Anything in the super chat has gone into the pot for them, so that's dope. And they've been all week. X Marshall is matching the super chat donations for the Battle-Rama tournament for the replacement players at the finale. The pot is currently $500. And I mean, guys, look at this. These gents have been here all week. Give them their props. And it says catch the final matches as a Jedi member. So if you're just watching right now and wondering how you can watch along, just become a Jedi member and you'll be Gucci. So is that what the kids are saying? I think so. We're going to say it like that. And from here, it does look like he's trying to get a finish from inside of the guard. He's not letting go of this grip. And at this point, Noah, the best defense was actually zero defense. He legit somehow got out of that by having his arms completely out of pocket. Now he's in on a body triangle with a rear naked choke, and he's not done yet. That's an interesting thing. Most people in this position would really be hurting, and he's got a minute 34, and he does tap here. So that means he's got to respond in kind with less time. So it's a minute 34 to get that submission. That is, that's a tough amount of time to respond, but it's feasible. He had a very good back control. You do wonder how tired he is, and it does look like the referee is patting down Sawdog. And we are going to, yes, an armbar, guys. As we all know, whenever you're short on time and you need that pocket, we go to the armbar. You're in that fight. Oof. Bicep slicer attempt. Sawdog keeping a very good control thus far in. He's not out of the woods just yet. Yes, we are at the last matches for the day. Nice readjustment here by Noah. Sawdog has to be very careful. He just got tipped over, but he is now using the legs to kind of come back in, and it does look like he manages to get out. Congratulations are in order to Sawdog, who ends up becoming your winner in overtime against Noah as your Banana-Rama. I'm sorry. Your Bangarang. I'm sorry. Your Battle Bots. I'm going to get this right. Your Battle-Rama winner. Congratulations. Oh, and he kisses the camera. What a sweetheart. Look at that kid. I would imagine we will hear from him. We'll stay on just to wait for Stephen Aiken to make his way on over to him. Let's hear what he has to say. Well, looks like it just hit a pause right now. There we go. Looks like it just hit a pause right now on. Oh, there it goes. The Sawdog seems to come off like a more different Chris Pratt. Uh, just a little more country version of Chris Pratt. Still polite, still incredibly wonderful, but incredibly country. So, yep, we're getting there, guys. Just as a reminder, we are so close. But since we do have a moment, I'm going to show you guys this little transition I was working on here a little bit earlier. All right, you guys, are you ready for it? Because I'm not even sure I'm ready for it. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Hey, check this out. If you guys like what you see here, go on over, support the show on over at hi.page/grappling hour. So that's my page. And over at my page, you can see interviews that I do with literally everybody in the jiu-jitsu community and probably a couple people you see from tonight. You can see those 30 days before anybody else. That's over at hi.page/grappling hour. You can support my show for just as little as $5 a month. And for a few extra dollars more, you can see tape studies, technique breakdowns with the athletes themselves from the UFC, LFA, you name it, and in all major grappling organizations. So do me a solid. Go over there, hi.page/grappling hour. Means the world to me. Thank you. Mwah. Kiss. All right, we're back. So, yes, we are getting there in the last couple matches. As a reminder, I like that I got this note. If there's any consolation, the stream looks great from here. Well, I mean, listen, I'll take that. I have no issue. I want the stream to look great. All right. So Kaya Jackson making her way out right now. And this is the women's final is happening here. And I'm stoked for you guys to get to see the ends of this coming up ever so shortly. And if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, hints, allegations, hit me up in the chat. I'm more than happy to talk with you guys. And it says, how do I watch the actual finale? So if you become a Jedi member right now on Brandon and Catherine's page, you will get the ability to see the screen pop up. So you have to be a member, though. It does not appear if you're a lower tier member. You have to be Jedi tier level. And Combat Society says, is Travis Thomas still alive in the bracket? Unfortunately, he is not, but he had a great showing this week. And a very solid showing here tonight. I believe he was out in the semis. And it was close. It was by overtime. So much props and respect to him. Very, very pleased to see. So hate to break the news to you, but happy to report to you a very good performance from him all the way throughout. So all ready to begin with, and I've got a cut on the stream, so we're going to give it a second here. But I appreciate you guys for working through us. I mean, we've had so many starts and stops on this stream. It has been maybe one of the largest achievements of this show to be able to get through most of these. And Kai Jackson is not messing around. She is looking to try and finish this as soon as possible. And I believe, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, this is Chelsea who she is fighting underneath. And she already has a body lock here, which is great. Grabs the waist, pulls her back down, now looking for the hooks. Has already, I can't tell if it's a body triangle, but it's a 3/4. Starts sneaking the arm underneath, and that is the beginnings of a rear naked choke that could be bad news. And I think we may be in a spot, as much as she's using her leg to kind of pummel and bring it back down. That's a lot of time for Kaya Jackson to work on that rear naked choke. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tap within the next 20 seconds. So we'll see if that is the finish here, but that looks like a bad position. And Kaya, she's on it, and she does get the tap here. Props to Chelsea, though, for fighting her way through most of that. That was a tough thing to navigate, and she was trying 2 or 3 different attempts to get out, but it'll be very interesting to see what this post-interview has to say here. We're going to momentarily throw to the actual broadcast for the actual end interview. And I do love this. Amy Stackhouse is very much a true cheerleader here. She's like, good job, everybody. Good job, Chelsea. Good job, Kai. Probably good job you as well at home watching. Amy Stackhouse is very much full of love. So that is the crowd clapping for her. I'm going to go ahead and mute so that we can hear this post interview right now. With a question asked by Matt Cox, it says, how long till the finals match? I believe we're there. The future is now. So we're getting there in just a second. And Kai, it says, hit him with the upgrade. We are up on the finals now. That's the note. And yeah, Combat Society, I think you were doing like a tip or like a super chat sort of a thing, which thank you. But you need to become a Jedi member. I think you have to do that by a subscription level. And I think you have to press the button that says subscribe or something. I don't pretend to know, like I know all of this, but I do believe that is what you need to do. Now, granted, this is not my channel, so I'm speaking merely as a friend. And disclaimer, Raph Esparza has no actual affinity to Brandon McCatherine and the PGF. He is just a friend and is giving you friendly advice. Any advice that ever comes back to him in legal repercussions will not be suited or thrown out in a court of law. Ta-da. So yes, we are going to be watching the finals coming up here in just a second. And as we have a moment, we just did a plug for that. Let's do another plug. Let's say if you guys like what you're seeing here and you like me. I hope you do. You can check me out over at the Grappling Hour on YouTube. There's new interviews that go up every single week. And we have literally everybody who's anybody in the sport. Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, just saying, go check other people's interviews. They haven't been putting them out like me. Just saying. For multi-years now. You can also check us out on the Facebook. On Facebook, we're at Grappling Hour. We will be doing a lot of different stuff for the different channels over the next few weeks. And I'm very excited to say that. And saying that as well, we also do some stuff on Twitch. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, once I get settled down, hold on here, people. You might see some video games being played on there, and even with some prominent athletes. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of these jiu-jitsu guys are nerds for video games. So you can see that, and I think we're about to get over to the finals here. The Jabroni Grappler himself is about to make his way on out, and as he does, I'll remind you guys, you can check us out over at the Grappling Hour on the Instagram as well. We do a lot of stuff, sometimes fight companions just like this, a little bit everywhere. And Jeff Smith says you should be commended for dealing with all the technology issues. Thank you, Jeff. Listen, dude, when it's for BMAC and the crew, I will always do my best to work around it. But, you know, we inspire, persevere, and work through it, my friends. And I thank you guys for being so patient with me as we are figuring this out. An immediate pull to guard over here by the Jabroni Grappler, who offsets Kamoy. And I think already is now working from inside a mount. Gift wrap seemed to be set up. Looks like he may be taking the back here, but he's kind of telegraphing it so that he's going to isolate that arm. Kamoy, pretty strong guy, just if I'm guessing here. And Elijah is wasting no time working from a position that he saw probably Max have a great deal of success, Travis have a good deal of success, and now is just thinking, like, what's the best way to neutralize some of Kamoy's best attacks and approaches as an athlete? And I think that he realizes, like, all right, now if I get my at-bat at that mount position, I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to go straight to trying to attack him with this head and arm choke. And from here, put down a barrage of pressure. And so far, so good. Now, the arm snuck back in, but I think he's already just trying to expand a lot of that energy from Kamoy, who's had some rough matches throughout the week. So taking advantage of this is a very, very good thing to see if you are a fan of the Jabroni Grappler himself. So appreciate you guys again, like I said, for watching along. And cheers on over to you, Tiago. Cheers. Thank you for becoming a subscriber on the Grappling Hour. It means a lot to me. No joke. You're just awesome. You know that. Still working from up top on Kamoy. Jabroni Grappler, 8:20 left to go in this position. Sprider crawling both arms up ever so slowly. And now I think this is, to me, it looks like he's just cooking him in this position. I think he is very much letting him work, letting him do his thing, and just saying, like, as much energy as I can expand here, that is what I'm going to do. And some success thus far in. Does look like you have seen Kamoy in this position. And to his credit, he doesn't necessarily freak out in these positions. He's been doing a pretty good job of staying composed, chilling out in those moments. And then for the most part, kind of saying, like, let's pick and choose where we want to come in. Like, I don't, he bursted out a couple times. And just when you thought he was exhausted in those overtime rounds, just the energy that he saved and used to kind of get out of some of those really bad spots, I think was indicative of a person who kind of goes, I know how to pick and choose my spots. I know exactly what I need to do here. So, yeah, 7-11. Nothing has changed in this time. Elijah, this is what I would say in this match in particular. In the last match that we saw with Elijah, where I believe he was going up against, was it the Missouri? Something like that. God, now it's all blending together. But in his last match, it was almost like two of them both pulling guard and playing off of each other like that, where it wasn't like the best match, but it was a strategy. So if you're watching the Jabroni Grappler, you're seeing he kind of adapts the strategy to each of his opponents in a different way. In that one, it was, let's just try and go home with this leg lock. With Kamoy, I've seen him have some issues in mount. So if I can get to mount and just kind of keep him here and cook him, it does make it so that I don't have to deal with as much of his power. Speaking of adjustments, Elijah's triangle game is nothing to scoff at, and he's trying to get it here. And I think Kamoy recognized that, postures back up. Now Elijah opting to stand up to pass. Very interesting. And if you consider this, Elijah had the most points on the board, especially after a week, where at the very beginning he didn't. So that first day you assume, all right, he didn't quite get finishes, but he looked good. It's just in a game like this, it does incentivize wins for those who get, let's say, a submission in the first minute. You get an extra point. Plus you get 6 if it's kill, 5 if it's a break, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And as a result of those things, if you just draw, then you don't get any points, which is just the same as a loss. So on that day, you can make the argument that Elijah kind of lost in a couple of those matches by not getting points. Day 2 and 3 comes around and things change. And very quickly, top seed by the end of the tournament. So that by the time now we're looking at this very last match, there's so much that goes in his favor, and you would think, okay, we should be done here. Kamoy, nice grip over on the arm, and Elijah wastes no time, and Elijah was thinking about going for those legs, and Kamoy shuts it down very quickly. So you see all these different strategies that Elijah has used throughout the week, but when you are the guy who everybody's looking at to win this tournament, you get that sense of, okay, can you underperform slightly? And if you do, what does that mean? Thurbox just asked, where's the live match at? It's on the channel, but you have to be a Jedi member. So essentially you have to be a subscriber, but they have different tiers, and the Jedi is the top tier. And I would highly suggest get it through Brandon's channel. If you don't want to pay the money, I don't know why you wouldn't get Brandon money, then you can just hear me giving you the play-by-play, because I am essentially telling you what is happening so that we can help out with those who may be on a budget. All right, back here for 27 left to go. And yeah, Kai Jackson doing you a solid here and letting you know this is the last match. So you can do that, but there was a lot of great grappling that you could support. So I'm just saying, you'd be worse off supporting other major organizations that I know a lot of people do that don't give you as many good matches. Especially not a week-long thing. Jesus Christ. If you break that up, that $29.99, let's think that through 5 days. You're essentially paying $6 per day. And if you think about the amount of grappling you get, that doesn't even equate to like $1 per hour of grappling. I'm just saying, that's a really, really good price. So anyway, we're doing our best to try and make sure you are informed, and that's why we are doing this. That's why I was asked if I could do a solid for our friends over at the PGF, and I said absolutely. I want to support my friends over at this organization, and I've been very entertained today. Even if we've had to roll through some technique issues, things come up, man. Just like in rolling, you kind of roll with the punches, and then you just kind of go. And people better not be punching you, by the way, in rolling. That's just rude. Shouldn't do that. Additionally, while we're waiting around, we'll give you guys a second here. It says, don't worry, it's all filmed perfectly. Well, that's very, very true. That is very much there. I will see a lot of different edits. I know how hard the post-production team works. Elijah gripping on the head. That was a good pull down on that head. Now you're looking at, pushing straight into the face to prevent that body lock from happening. But Kamoy allowing that natural athleticism to just kind of take over and inching the legs up. It's hard to make those butterfly happen. So the real thing that you have as a recourse is to push on that face. And I got to tell you, this is never fun for anybody, but Kamoy can kind of eat this for a minute. It's just, is Elijah able to make some adjustments that get him out? Here's the good news. I would say, in theory, you would consider this is still something that works in Elijah's favor if they go to overtime. Having said that, Kamoy's unpredictability in terms of his explosive game out does give him a chance in that position as well. So, stuff to consider on the back and forth between both of these gents. And what I would tell you is, it is very interesting to see how this has gone back and forth for every one of these athletes throughout the day. I've been very impressed with many times what we have seen from these gents throughout the week, and the ladies who have competed. It's some great stuff. Super, super competitive stuff. And I was so heartened by, the end of the females match when they were just like, yo, I compete against her, but she's also my friend. Like, I think there's just a different level of competition at PGF where it is good, it is spirited, and they are going for finishes. But the environment that they fostered is one of a very good community. So I thought that was really cool, and it was a good explanation as to what makes it so much different than everybody else's tournaments or organizations, because there's definitely a lot of tournaments and organizations, and they're not all good, for being honest. So we always like to celebrate what does work well and the people who have put in the hard work. So I was very pleased to hear those things being said, and you also heard the camaraderie with all these guys who had to live together throughout this whole tournament experience. And it does look like the gents will go into overtime at this point. So we talked about it. We wondered what it would look like, and we're about to see it right now. So Elijah is now on defense. So this will be very interesting. This is really like Kamoy's main sense of attacking, and we'll get to see what he looks like now that he's on the back of Elijah. And this is really, this is always fun in games because you get caught up in everybody getting a second chance, a third chance, a fourth match. This is it. This is the finale, and Elijah is out in excellent time. So now it's a reversal of position. Now it's Elijah, who is excellent jiu-jitsu all around, getting an opportunity to attack on Kamoy. And it looks like they're having a discussion over what is appropriate for the grips. And Kamoy, that's very interesting. Elijah has a grip around the neck. That is not good for Kamoy. Kamoy really has to do a better job of getting that inside hand. He has the hand here which grips down and pulls down, but you lose that, you don't have anything. You almost want to position that arm kind of like pointing down if you can. Then again, Kamoy's pretty good. So maybe he's got a little different here. I just think it's the difference maker on when you're going up against somebody like Elijah and you need that extra second or two that keeps your neck safe. Because really, that's it. You're just trying to protect your neck the entire time in this position. And the longer you can make sure your opponent doesn't have those moments, the longer you're in it. And in this particular position, Kamoy is just a little stuck. He's trying to scoop that leg. To his credit, that's very good. Elijah feels it, switches on over to the other side. Now the two of these gentlemen are kind of stuck in this position. Elijah may have a bite here. This may be enough. Kamoy is in trouble. I think he may be tapping here. We'll see. Oh, no. I think there was just a sudden break. I think for a split second, both of these guys thought the job was done, but it was not. So there was no official tap here, but it was good. It looked very solid for Elijah now, who's rechambering. He does have a grip underneath. And Kamoy, oh my God, just continues to survive again. This is a very interesting prospect between both of these gentlemen. There's another kill shot here by Elijah. Kamoy may, again, I keep saying this, but it is close every time. Elijah gets the tap after multiple attempts there on the ever so clever Kamoy. Wow. Elijah returning back to the winner's circle here at the PGF. I think he just flipped off the camera. Interesting back and forth. Wow. What a great finish there for Elijah. This is very much a sprint, a marathon, whatever you want to call it. But he was able to kind of find his way through and continue making sure that he would find his finish. These things are never easy. Sometimes you got to find the outside angle. Sometimes you're going to be put to the test. And I'm intrigued to hear what he is going to say in his post presser. So we're going to quickly throw to that here in a second. They're pulling the Iron Man sit down press conference. Well, a very interesting end result there. I don't want to say it was predictable, but a lot of you guys seem to think that Elijah was going to be the one to win the tournament. He did. He looked good throughout the tournament. He definitely has done an excellent job on getting people engaged and making people there. I appreciate watching him compete in that sense because he is definitely making sure that he is engaging you guys while also kind of giving you good jiu-jitsu. So it's kind of a mix. It's not just the technical stuff. It's not just the jiu-jitsu stuff. It's a little bit of a combination of showmanship, goofiness, sell yourself, make people mad, make them agitated, and then I guess behind the scenes, be a pretty good guy. And I've interviewed him before, and he's completely wonderful and nice to me. Of course, that was 4 hairstyles ago, so it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. Perhaps, he will be back on a future episode of the Grappling Hour, which, by the way, if you do want to support, it's pretty easy to do. All you have to do is go on over to, hold on, let's go see this right over here. Check this out. Hi.page/Grappling Hour. That's my page. If you ever want to go there and support, you can become a member, $5 a month. And for a few extra dollars, you can become an even more Jedi level. Is that what we're going to call it now? So if you want to be like a homie, homies 5, Jedi's 10 on my page. A little bit more affordable than some people. You get what I'm saying? On my page, $5 gets you 30 days of embargoed interviews. That means nobody else gets to see them before you get to see them. And then if you pay those extra dollars, tape studies, extra episodes, they're not available anywhere else, and lots of funny content, including me getting beat up and going through a table. Yeah, it happened in a competition. Not fun, but still won. Anyway, you can check all those things and more. And if you guys want to follow us on all of our pages, that's great. We're going to plug all of them in a minute. But I do want to talk a little bit about the progression of the PGF. Them announcing that they're going to be going to Las Vegas is huge, but it is nothing without the help from you guys, the people who are watching this, the people who are actively paying for this, the people who go to support it in person. All of you guys have played a major role in building this. And one of the things that I remember telling Brandon when I saw that he was doing is I said, this looks great. I know you're going to keep coming up with stuff, but I'm a fan. Keep doing it. Keep going. And in the time that I've seen him and his team, especially his team, put together, finesse, keep looking for new ways to tell these stories. I'm very pleased with the work that they've been putting in, and I don't know that you would see me do this for anybody else. So this team in particular, I am here for because I believe in what they're doing, and I think that they're doing an excellent job. And if you're a competitive grappler, I don't know how you wouldn't want to get in on that. So there is that. So I'm going to go through these comments very quickly. It says, you did a great job doing what you had to do. I appreciate that. That's very sweet. Thank you very much for that. Normally we had a few little extra gadgets and tricks, but we had to produce them on the fly. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see as many of the clips that we wanted to. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, like during the actual show, we had it so that we could embed things. So when I say embed things, you could actually see parts of the show itself. So that means like if I were talking about, I don't know, like a little bit earlier, how something had happened or somebody had done something that was really, really cool in the tournament. We had it so that you could kind of get those things seen on the actual show itself. So for me, it was kind of one of those things where I go like, oh my God, this would be so much fun to show these things and be able to show you these kinds of clips. So when I look at this stuff, and I think to myself, like, oh, it'll be so cool to be able to bring you guys on this journey even in the future. Let me go ahead and tell you what I mean. So let me say, when I do this in the future, I think it'll be really cool to be able to show you clips like this that happen in real time, where we're getting them from the actual event, and I can show them to you and I can narrate to little moments that maybe you didn't get to see earlier in the day. So if you wanted to know what happened with Fedor and Nick, you could see moments like this and kind of go like, oh shit, yeah, that is really dope. This is happening real time live. So that is kind of what we're angling to do here. But in case you guys were wondering, yes, this was part of the finish that happened a little bit earlier today. And what's really cool is you get the opportunity to see these moments where maybe you pop up there and maybe you're able to kind of get an idea of what it is that they're doing that is so unique and so different. But then all of a sudden you might see, I don't know, somebody pop in all of a sudden. And when somebody pops in all of a sudden, you might be able to be like, hey, I know who that guy is. It's that dude. And that's that dude who's like talking to us now. So that's really dope to see him popping in out of nowhere. So you get to see like cool shit like this. Maybe during the main broadcast, you didn't necessarily get to see in its full spectrum, in its full glory. You maybe get to see me kind of over to the side, or you get to see it kind of embedded into those overlays. So that's the kind of stuff that we're working on here on the show so that we can integrate it and show you guys in the future. And just so you know, I mean, that's not the only clip I ended up getting. There was other stuff that was happening during the event that I was happy to throw to, but we did have to kind of make some adjustments on the fly, one might say. But even from here, looking around and how you get these finishes, like just the different ways that these guys were able to get all of these great moments. Like, it'll be so cool to go through the list and kind of look at them and replay them and see if you guys had the opportunities or the chances to kind of see these things live. But what I'm telling you is this is stuff that we're working on in the future in addition to these things. I also would be hard set to not show you guys maybe one of these other clips that we did have here. Yes, we're adding this as an overlay, just in case you didn't get enough of the previous footage. You get to see all these things from these mechanics, these breaks, just so that you get those heartbreak moments, those epic moments of teams overperforming and people being able to show off great things that they do here in the future. So we're working on that. But yeah, this is a little sign of stuff to come. But yes, you were mentioning Fedor versus Nick. Thank you for that. I guess what I'm telling you guys is stay tuned for all these things as I go through the many different places that we go through and we appear on. But first and foremost, my thanks to our good friends over at the PGF. I look forward to seeing you guys in Vegas. And now that you're in Vegas, I mean, we'll see what I'm doing in March. We'll see. Just saying, you're not that far from me. March is a much easier approach, just provided I'm not on a show. But you never know with me. And I have nothing but appreciation for the good folks over here. So let's do some plugs. Let's go ahead and talk about where you guys can find me. Okay, first and foremost, if you enjoy my content, it means the world to me to go on over. Let's say you don't have money to support the Grappling Hour as a paid member. You can go on over to YouTube, free there, new episodes every week, guaranteed. If you like to comment or catch up with what we do, I'm also on Instagram, super good follow. We put up clips from the show on there all the time. Super great stuff. If you're an old person, you like Facebook, I exist on there, at Grappling Hour. Why? I don't know, man. Sometimes people still use Facebook. All y'all say you don't use Facebook, but analytics say differently. And let's say you're a young person and you want to play some video games, but then maybe for 20 minutes you want to watch one of my interviews, at Grappling Hour on Twitch. or you want to hear some of the dumbass things that I say, I have a channel just for that. It is called our Twitter. I'm not calling it X. You call it X. I'm not. Right there. I got too used to it, and I already built that template. Plus, you can check us out on Threads. Look at that. Look at that production. Oh, shit, I'm pointing the wrong way. Look at that right there. Right there. Grappling Hour on Threads. I don't even know if you'll use it in a year. That might not even exist. Then, if you like that, you can hear the audio versions. We're about to put more of our library up on there. So you can check it out at Spotify, at Grappling Hour, 5 stars. You can also check us out on the Apple Podcast page. On the Apple Podcast page, 5 stars there. You can check out the same interviews. It just depends on where you like your interviews better. And if you so much like the conversations that we have here, you can catch me over on Discord. We got a nice little community over there who continue conversations that we have on this show, etc., etc. And we have recently started a TikTok because I guess I am in a midlife crisis, and this is what you do? I don't know. No, I'm told that lots of people watch on there, so we will be putting a lot of our show clips up on that side. And as a reminder, you can always support the show. Hideout page /Grappling Hour. That's a huge one for me. All right, guys. It's been fun. It has been a great day. It has been a great day for all of us to get to chat. I've appreciated you for bringing me into your homes and listening to me to as far as you can. And to be perfectly honest, I'm surprised that many of you are still here, because I didn't know you would be. But I figure since you are here, might as well make a good use of it. So it has been a great day for grappling. Do me a solid. Continue supporting the show. Continue supporting our good friend Brandon McCatherine and his merry band of misfits who have been putting on excellent shows. But that's going to do it for me. My name is Rafa Sparza of the Grappling Hour. It has been a pleasure to talk for you, and also be on the lookout potentially for some interviews with some of the guys that we were roasting on the show here today. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.